Down the ice. No, it's tipped by Vegas at center. That might be a break for Buffalo. Empty net chance for Norris. Scores! With 57.6 seconds to go on the strip in Vegas, the Sabres have a 2-0 lead.
The Sabres royally flushed the Golden Knights overnight, shutting them out 2-0, completing a 2-game regular season sweep of Vegas. Josh Doan, Josh Norris, they're the goal scorers, and Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen was a brick wall, recording his first shutout of the season. They're next in action in San Jose, taking on the Sharks. Puck drop set for 10 o'clock tomorrow night. The Vikings signed Bills restricted free agent Ryan Vandemark to an offer sheet per NFL Network, so developing story there. And then looking around the NFL, the Broncos yesterday acquired wide receiver Jalen Waddle, formerly of the Dolphins, in exchange for 2026 first, third, and fourth round draft picks. The Eagles signed wide receiver Hollywood Brown, formerly of the Chiefs, to a one-year deal worth up to $6.5 million. ESPN's Adam Schefter reports free agent tight end David Njoku visited the Ravens on Tuesday, and the Colts signed cornerback Cam Taylor-Britt, formerly of the Bengals, to a one-year deal. The USA drops the ball in the World Baseball Classic, losing 3-2. Venezuela gets their first World Baseball Classic title. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali on Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
It's
Owen, what was our favorite pun of the update? Was it royally flushed or drop the ball?
I think I gotta go with royally flushed.
It was pretty good.
I liked it.
Squeaked a couple in there. I had to. Couldn't
Royally
resist.
flushed. You know, that game last night, was it a royal flush or was it you won on like an ace high type of game?
Yeah, it feels like that. I was thinking the same thing.
Nothing really happened in the game if you missed it. I mean, some things happened in the game, and we'll get to it here. Good morning, it's Jeremy and Joe. No Jeremy this morning, and we'll get some football in today. Got that big Waddle trade that happened last night, and everybody wants to compare it to the DJ Moore trade. I will want to do that as well. But like, if you missed the game last night, which it's 6:03 in the morning, and the game ended 5 hours ago, 4.5 hours ago, I did the thing, the Howard Simon special. I recorded. I'm like, I'm gonna try this out. Record the game. I'm gonna go to sleep at 8 p.m. I did that. I needed a little help along the way, a little strip that you put in that helps you, because I can't naturally go to sleep at 8 p.m.
No, it's tough.
It's impossible.
Yeah, even at our early morning wake up calls. It's tough.
So I do that. I get up at 4 and I'm gonna ride the exercise bike. I'm gonna watch the Sabre game. So I did that this morning and realized, nothing really happens in this hockey game. You got 2 goals. One was an empty netter. One was a bank shot from behind the net.
Yep.
And that was it. But you had a big hit in the game, Braden McNabb on Zach Benson, that looked like a head hit when it happened. And even after the fact, looked like there was head contact, but it also was shoulder. It was one of those gray area hits. They end up not calling anything. The Sabres did jump in. Like, there's Noah Ostlund again. Yep. He's just the first guy into the pile. He's not going to do a lot once he's in there, but he'll be the first guy in there. Thompson's in there, so they answered the call, and Luukkonen.
Yeah, that's the story.
Was the story. Luukkonen was unbelievable in this hockey game last night.
Yeah, that is like the peak of what Luukkonen is sort of capable of. He was just so on top of it, so aggressive, just cutting everything off as soon as he possibly could. Ate every puck. Like there was a little early. Like there were some bounces that were a little funky, and I was a little worried for the first 5 minutes, and then it immediately just like, all right, find the groove, and he just went. I mean, the glove saves left and right were really good. His rebound control, as I just said, like he swallowed up some really, really good chances that could have led to some chaos around him that he just sort of ended. And I thought that was a criticism that you could have had on him on the last goal he gave up in Washington, was he could have covered a puck next to the net before it got up to Chychrun, and he didn't. And I thought last night, I don't know if it was conscious or not, he was really on top of that. He froze everything he needed to. There was one I'm thinking of even specifically where Dahlin had lost a stick. It was a little scrambly, and he did a great job to sort of get a little aggressive and go chase a puck, and got a whistle when he probably needed it. And like that is what Luukkonen can do for you. When he's on, he's capable of looking like that, and it's really, he'll hold you in a game, because I think, they play that game a few more times over, and I think Vegas comes out on top a few of those times. But Luukkonen won them that game.
Point blank saves. I mean, you mentioned like there were a lot of pucks that he froze where there were 3 Golden Knights standing around him where anything comes off him and it's going to be an amazing scoring chance for them off of that, and he didn't have it. He stopped Eichel at least 2 times with the glove, and it didn't even look hard for him.
Yep.
And that's a confidence thing they talked about after the Olympics, right? Like Connor Hellebuck, watch his glove saves. He's so calm on them. Yep. Like, oh, he's dialed in tonight. Miller made this point. Ryan Miller made this point, I think, among others. And that was Luukkonen last night. Like, I noticed him in the first period make like 2 or 3 glove saves. He's like, it's nothing. Like, oh, yeah, he's dialed in tonight.
There was one even I had in my notes that there was I think Stone on the power play maybe had it on the goal line and went to drive the net. It went off of Power or somebody, and it would have been very easy for Luukkonen to have just shot through to the middle of the ice, and Stone would have had a wide open net. But Luukkonen tracked it and followed the puck the whole way, never got ahead of the play, and just was right there on top of the puck, and Stone just put it right into his chest. And it was that I wrote down, like, all right, that's a great sign, because that's a really easy, if you're at 90% instead of 100, when you're tracking that puck that's getting thrown to the middle of the ice, you might just go instead of actually tracking it through and realizing, all right, this is a bad bounce, I got to get back. So that similarly, like to the glove saves, he tracked a puck really well early, and I immediately knew, like, all right, he's having a good night.
Yeah, they did a good job shutting down around him, I think, especially in the third period. But Luukkonen had to make some great saves. His goals saved above expected on the night was 3.58 above expected. That's his best game of the season.
Yeah, that's a big number for one game.
It's his 4th best game by that in his career, and the best in over 2 years.
Yeah.
In February of 2024, he had a game that was above that. But again, he started, over 100 games in his Sabre career, and that's the 4th best one that we have ever seen from him, just by that number. And it's a shutout, and it's a win. And it was just kind of a get through it type of game. And
ho-hum, like, let's go get another road win and move on to San Jose.
Yep.
That's just what they are now.
They can, I guess, I'm trying to figure out, I kind of alluded to this a little bit yesterday, like, what is the thing that is going to hold them back from winning it all? Because I've seen a thing with every Sabre team of my lifetime, that even the good ones, that would stop them from doing that. Like 2007, it was they're too small and not physical enough, was the point being made. The 2 years in 10 and 11, it's they don't have enough elite talent up front. In 99, it was they don't have enough scoring. This team, I don't really know what it is when the goalies play like this.
Right.
And they're not giving, Luukkonen and Lyon are not giving you any reason to believe that that's a weakness of theirs right now. And if it's not, I mean, they're going out and they can win a game against Tampa where it's trading rights up and down the ice and back and forth, wide open type of game, speed, skill. They can win that game. they've proven multiple times since the Olympic break. The New Jersey game was this. The Toronto game was a little of this. Last night was certainly this. Oh, this game's going to be stuck in the mud a little bit, and it's going to be physical, and you're going to have to really grind it out. They can win that type of game too. What is the thing that's going to stop them? I don't know. Maybe there isn't an answer to that, which is why I think they're such a good team to talk about right now as a Stanley Cup contender.
That's the point I made a little bit yesterday about, like, I think the biggest thing people point to when you ask that is the goalies. And look around the league at the other best teams in the league, and their duos should not give you that much more confidence than what the Sabres have. I just don't see any reason that it should. I went through yesterday, but like Dallas is really the only one, and the Lightning are really the only two teams that I see in the top 10 of the league that have a true leg up in net on anybody else. The rest of the teams are in the muddy middle that most of the NHL lives in, where you've got some guys that you're throwing together and you're hoping you can get good results. And when you're getting good results, you can win a cup with that guy. Like Aiden Hill, the guy we watched last night, who I think isn't very good, won a cup with Vegas and looked good doing it. Now he's a disaster. He was fine last night, but
he's had a bad year.
He can't play really.
Yeah,
it's a up and down wild position that I think if you've seen the sample size that you've seen this season from both Luukkonen and Lyon, you should have just as much faith that they're going to go in and perform that you do that, Brandon Bussey is going to go be good for Carolina, or Casey DeSmith or Jake Ottinger are going to be as good in Dallas. Like, there are questions for all of these teams in that position. So it to me does not deserve to be some blight that you point to on this team and in this organization that is, well, that's what'll stop them. I don't see any reason to think that at this point.
Right.
There's no evidence, and there's nobody around them that should make them feel that way. So I think they're in great shape.
And isn't the fact that two guys are playing at this level, like we talk about it as a battle, as a who's going to get the playoff starts. I think we are more and more headed, though, for it's just tough. After a game like that, it kind of goes night to night for me. I see Luukkonen have a tough game against Tampa last Sunday, and it's, oh, this is why, you might just roll with Lyon and just go with it, and then he has a shutout a week later, and that's why it's going to be a rotation.
Yeah.
That's why we're going to go, and they're both going to get an opportunity.
Yeah.
It's not just Lindy having to figure out who to play. It's also a strength in that if one guy really performs poorly, multiple games in a row especially, and it's clear Lyon in the playoffs, ooh, this did take a step back. Well, it's okay because I got another guy.
Right.
You really only need, in most cases, one of the two to perform for you to be capable of going deep into the playoffs and not have it be a problem. I guess the question would just be, if one of the guys is performing poorly, are you going to have enough time to figure that out? Right. Can you afford, two bad Lion starts in a row that'll give Luukkonen the chance at the net, but did those two bad Lion starts
put you in a hole,
cost me a series? And, that could happen. But if you can get away with it, I think that it could be a real strength of theirs. You really only need one of the two. And this year, like, Lyon ranks 8th in the NHL in goals saved above expected, and Luukkonen ranks 22nd.
Right.
Like, that's out of, 100 goalies in the league this year. And the guys that are ahead of Lyon, like, most of them aren't going to the playoffs. Some of them are, and they're in the East. Like, Sorokin is number 1 in hockey.
Right. He's had an incredible year.
Logan Thompson is number 2. He's not going to the postseason. No. Jeremy Swayman's number 3. He probably is. Vasilevsky is number 4. He is. Then I've got Spencer Knight, not in the playoffs. Igor Shesterkin, not in the playoffs. And Jet Greaves, that's the Blue Jackets goalie. He might.
He's good.
He might.
Having a good year, but, that's a rookie goalie, essentially, that's not got any experience.
And then it's Lyon.
Yep.
Like, right there, and then Luukkonen's not that far behind that either. So
agreed.
Last night's a great night for him, and, I think we're probably heading for a rotation, but it's probably going to – the feeling on that could change every single start.
That's the thing is I think that we all as fans should probably get to all right, here they're just going to keep flipping them back and forth, and maybe they'll pick a guy, but it might just start each guy.
I think it would
get
take a
one
lot.
game. I think it'll take a lot for them to stray from what they've been doing.
It'll take 3, 4, 5 bad starts in a row, I think, for one guy to really fall. I don't think we're at a point now where 1 or 2, I don't think it's going to be enough. There's too much sample now on the season for these two, both playing well.
Agreed.
It would take almost the whole month, I think, of performing poorly for one of these two to really fall out of it. And Lyon hasn't had any. I mean, Luukkonen, again, maybe you could give him one bad game in the last 2 weeks, but he hasn't strung them together.
No.
So that helps.
Absolutely.
803-0550 is the phone number. Paul in Buffalo. Paul, were you up late? You're watching the game? Or were you up early watching the game?
This game went so well that at the end of the second period, I decided I'm going to go to bed and watch the third in the morning, and I had an inkling it was going to be a shutout. And sure enough, UPL said to the Golden Knights, "You shall not pass." He was all over. He was even letting out a couple classic UPL rebounds, but his glove hand was all over those rebounds when they came back at him. I'd like to begin at the beginning with the refs putting the screws to us. 2 phantom calls. The first one, 18:30 of the first period. They called a hook on Power. I have no idea what they were looking at. That was a total phantom call. And then 16:14 of the third period, just a weak boarding call on Sam Carrick, who put a hit on a guy that was already falling down, and they gave him a penalty for it. And I also want to point out, in the first period, 17:28, Sam Carrick hammered Jack Eichel against the wall. Eichel gives him a little pithy cross-check afterward because he wasn't happy about it. Well, it was a bad night for you all over Jack Eichel because you can't score on anybody. I want to also point out the great Peyton Krebs, the Swiss Army knife, played on the Norris line last night. Is there a line he hasn't played on yet this year and looked good? That guy is just having a great, great breakout season. What else do I want to get to? Oh, a couple of 2-on-1s that we didn't shoot at. 7:03 of the second, after an amazing outlet pass by Zach Metza, Noah Ostlund, who, having a great year, had a great game, just decides to pass rather than take an open shot. And then at 3:32 of the second, Jason Zucker has a wide-open shot, decides to make a pass that ended up leading to a great Vegas chance that UPL shut down. And got to point out my guy, Zach Benson, who got rocked. Keep your head up, kid. I thought it was a clean hit. And the best part of it was everybody jumps in, and then Benson doesn't miss a shift. You see him smiling on the bench, played the rest of the game, played quite fine. What a team. This team's going on a deep, deep playoff run, and they're so much better than the Vegas Golden Knights it isn't even funny. Guys, have a great show.
Thanks, Paul, for the call. Lindy said his biggest problem with that hit, McNabb on Benson last night, was that it was late. And he also said that it was a little familiar to him, which when I saw him say that, I thought, oh, he is thinking of the Chris Neal, Chris Drury hit.
That's what I was thinking too.
It's kind of the same angle.
Yeah.
It's close to the same angle, and it's about the same time from the puck's been released, 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, bam.
Right.
And you get hit pretty high, shoulder and head kind of at the same time. So I when they were reviewing it, I'm thinking, okay, it's not going to be a major, but keep it at a minor penalty. And for them to say, no, clean hit overall, I just think there were too many, but between it being a little late and some contact to the head, those two things should combine to give him a 2-minute penalty.
I agree. It was too... It feels too close to the kind of hit that they are trying to remove from the game to just to say aloud, there's no penalty on the play. Like it just doesn't look good for the league based on what they are trying to do or say they're trying to do, I should say. It's a bad look because it was late. It's as much as you might want to, defend that it wasn't too high, it wasn't that late, like that is a vulnerable position that McNabb caught him in, and he knows it. He knows what he's doing. He knows he's getting him late, and he knows he's a smaller guy. Like, it is. Oh
yeah, he's going after him. Like he's not even his man one-on-one there. Like he's coming from the side.
That's what always to me gets me on those plays where if you rip a shot and the guy that's covering you steps up and lays you out, all right, that you should have your head up and be aware that your guy is swinging up on you and he's going to tag you.
Mm-hmm.
But when it's your weak side defender, you've already shot the puck and you're tracking your rebound, and then you get tagged from the guy coming across on the other side, that's where it gets like, what is that? Was that,
All right.
Did that need to happen? Did you need to go try to do that?
It definitely didn't need to happen.
And does that sound soft? Probably. But it is dangerous, and it could have been very easy for him to catch Benson an inch higher, and Benson's out for the rest of the year. Like that's the kind of hit that is. And I think that's what the NHL does not really want in their game anymore.
Yep.
So, I would have thought that they should have kept at least a minor penalty on that, if not just upheld it.
Paul also mentioned Owen Power in there. So yesterday on Locked On Sabres, I did like a whole 30 minutes on like, all right, let's figure out what kind of season is he having?
Right.
Like, let's really lock in. What do all the numbers say? Like, what kind of season is Power having? And because he's on pace for a career low in points.
Right.
So, like, you could just look at that and, think of the complaints about Power, which are he's kind of soft for a 6'6", 225-pound defenseman that is the size of a linebacker, but he certainly doesn't play like a linebacker. And now he's also on pace for a career low in points. Does that mean he's having a step back? Like, what kind of year is he having? I watched him last night very closely. He was tremendous last night. He and again, this is what I got to yesterday on Locked On Sabres, is his role has shifted a bit.
Right.
Like I think it's his offensive zone starts on faceoffs
Never starts
is down like 7% compared to where it was a couple of years ago under Don Granato. Like, he's playing under 50% offensive zone starts. Well, actually, well below that. But it's down. He's playing a more defensive role.
Right.
And that's kind of been the case all year long. He also, by the way, I looked up yesterday, he's been rotating partners more than Dahlin has.
He's got a rotate. It's a revolving door next to him.
Right. Like,
and he
does play with Byram a lot. Byram, He's played 400 minutes with this year. That might sound like a lot. You know how many minutes Samuelson and Dahlin have played together? Almost 700.
Yeah, I was going to say like double that.
So he's got like 280 to 300 minutes that he's playing with other guys that the top two guys don't really have to do. So that might sound like excuse making, but it's just a different role for him. Like, he's playing a more, hey, go shut down the other team's best players and let the top guys go dominate another line. And last night, every time he was out there against Eichel, it felt like he was frustrating Eichel.
Oh, yeah.
He just was in his space the entire night.
Yeah. The Power, my experience watching Owen Power this year, early in the season, I was like borderline an Owen Powers guy. Like, anybody that calls him Owen Powers hates him. Like, that's just my litmus test.
Yeah.
And I was getting really frustrated watching him. He just wasn't doing anything for me. It was the defensive stuff wasn't there. The lack of physicality was is always glaring, and I didn't feel that he was transporting the puck and defending as well as he is now. What I watch him now every night, and I say 5 times to myself, like, wow, what a play that was. Mm-hmm. And it's never in the O-zone, which, is that annoying? Do you wish the number 1 overall pick defenseman made more plays in the O-zone? Sure, but he's not bad down there. But where he shines, to me, is in his own end, retrieving pucks and getting them out of his end. Mm-hmm. He goes back there and wheels around the net and finds a guy every time.
Yeah.
And it's one pass, boom, boom, and they are going up the ice. And it's immediately, there's no forecheck opportunity. There is no turnover opportunity. Like, it is, I'm going to find the guy that's got the best chance to get this puck over the red line. And if they have to dump it in, they got to dump it in. And if they can hold on to it, they hold on to it. And he is doing so much of that and it's hard to see and it's hard to point out. So I get why it might not flash as much and why people might not accept that it's as meaningful as it is. But it is a massive part of what makes them effective. They are so good because they can turn plays around and move up the ice quick. Metza did it a bunch last night too. Where they just stop a play, kill it, we're right back at you, because that's their speed, that's their strength. They can skate better than almost anybody.
Yeah.
And Power accentuates that. And even further than that, like with the puck, he might not physically kill plays the way you want him to, but he reads plays and ends them just as much as anybody else you watch that does it with their body. He is just stopping passes or getting a stick in a lane and just eliminating the option for a play to be made. He does so much of that stuff so well that you can't even see it being done. And that can be frustrating, but man, it is there. It is there. As much as everybody out there might want to hate him and whatever, Owen powers it up. I get it. That kid can play, and he's important.
803-0550 is the phone number. He played the most minutes at 5-on-5 of any Sabre last night, more than Dahlin, more than Samuelson. 19-16 for him at even strength. We will talk more hockey, some football too. The Dolphins sending Jalen Waddle to Denver, and there was a report from Adam Schefter, I think we kind of knew this, that they had engaged with the Bills along the way on Waddle, and the Bills obviously went for DJ Moore. Maybe the Dolphins wouldn't trade him in division. So some football to get to, too. Joe Marino is going to join the show coming up at 7 o'clock. Paul a little bit later on, and plenty of time for your phone calls. Sabres win 2-0 last night over the Golden Knights. If you got an observation, maybe you were up late, maybe you want to hear the observations, join us. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy is off today, and this is WGR. Luukkonen.
Yeah. That's the story.
Was the story. Luukkonen was unbelievable in this hockey game last night.
Yeah, that is like the peak of what Luukkonen is sort of capable of. He was just so on top of it, so aggressive, just cutting everything off as soon as he possibly could. Ate every puck. Like there was a little early, like there were some bounces that were a little funky, and I was a little worried for the first, 5 minutes, and then it immediately just like, all right, find the groove, and he just went. I mean, the glove saves left and right were really good. His rebound control, as I just said, like he swallowed up some really, really good chances that could have led to some chaos around him that he just sort of ended. And I thought that was a criticism that you could have had on him on the last goal he gave up in Washington, was he could have covered a puck next to the net before it got up to Chychrun, and he didn't. And I thought last night, I don't know if it was conscious or not, he was really on top of that. He froze everything he needed to. There was one I'm thinking of even specifically where Dahlin had lost a stick. It was a little scrambly, and he did a great job to sort of get a little aggressive and go chase a puck, and got a whistle when he probably needed it. And like that is what Luukkonen can do for you. When he's on, he's capable of looking like that, and it's really, he'll hold you in a game, because I think, they play that game a few more times over, and I think Vegas comes out on top a few of those times. But Luukkonen won them that game.
Point blank saves. I mean, you mentioned like there were a lot of pucks that he froze where there are 3 Golden Knights standing around him where anything comes off him, and it's going to be an amazing scoring chance for them off of that, and he didn't have it. He stopped Eichel at least 2 times with the glove, and it didn't even look hard for him.
Yep.
And that's a confidence thing they talked about after the Olympics, right? Like Connor Hellebuck, watch his glove saves. He's so calm on them. Yep. Like, oh, he's dialed in tonight. Miller made this point. Ryan Miller made this point, I think, among others. And that was Luukkonen last night. Like, I noticed him in the first period make like 2 or 3 glove saves. He's like, it's nothing. Like, oh, yeah, he's dialed in tonight.
There was one even I had in my notes that there was I think Stone on the power play maybe had it on the goal line and went to drive the net. It went off of Power or somebody, and it would have been very easy for Luukkonen to have just shot through to the middle of the ice, and Stone would have had a wide open net. But Luukkonen tracked it and followed the puck the whole way, never got ahead of the play, and just was right there on top of the puck, and Stone just put it right into his chest. And it was that I wrote down all right, that's a great sign.
Down the ice. No, it's tipped by Vegas at center. That might be a break for Buffalo. Empty net chance for Norris. Scores! With 57.6 seconds to go on the strip in Vegas, the Sabres have a 2-0 lead.
The Sabres royally flushed the Golden Knights overnight, shutting them out 2-0 and completing a 2-game regular season sweep of Vegas. Josh Stone and Josh Norris, they were the goal scorers, and Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen was a brick wall, recording his first shutout of the season. They're next in action in San Jose, taking on the Sharks with puck drop set for 10 o'clock tomorrow night. The Vikings, signed Bills RFA Ryan Vandemark to an offer sheet per NFL Network, so a developing story there. And looking around the NFL, the Broncos made a big move yesterday. They acquired wide receiver Jalen Waddle, formerly of the Dolphins, in exchange for a 2026 first, third, and fourth round picks. The Eagles signed wide receiver Hollywood Brown, formerly of the Chiefs, to a one-year contract worth up to $6.5 million. ESPN's Adam Schefter reports that free agent tight end David Njoku visited the Ravens on Tuesday, and the Colts signed cornerback Cam Taylor-Britt, formerly of the Bengals, to a one-year deal. Team USA drops the ball for the World Baseball Classic, losing 3-2 to Venezuela, and Venezuela gets their first World Baseball Classic title. Outside of Bryce Harper's 2-run home run in the 8th inning, the U.S. did not place a runner in scoring position all night. Back to spring training ahead of the MLB season. Join Bulldog and WGR in the fight against cancer by riding with the WGR Ride for Roswell team on Saturday, June 27th. When you sign up, you'll get a rider gift from WGR and Tom's Pro Bike on Walden Avenue in Lancaster. Not riding? You can still make a difference by donating to any of our team members. Every dollar goes directly to Roswell Park. Get all of the details at WGR550.com. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali on Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
Sabres moving the puck quickly here, tape to tape. That's helping them get it into the Vegas zone. Here's Hill turning it over, scores! Aiden Hill coughs it up, and the Sabres jump on the loose puck. And Doan's going to get the goal here to put Buffalo up 1-0 on the road in Vegas.
Your Firth moments of the game brought to you by Firth. For all the moments in your life, go forth to Firth. All right. Oh, and as a goalie, Aiden Hill, what did he do wrong there? Just give the puck away?
That's step one. Yeah, don't give the puck away.
It's pretty
easy.
Doesn't he need to stand? He puts his pad in a way where he makes it a backboard for Josh Doan to put it into the net.
Correct. He did the worst thing you could do, which is you lay out a wall for him to bounce the puck in off of.
Right.
And Marty did a good job in the intermission explaining it too. That's not something that goalies are unaware of. That play happens 5 times a skate in practice. Mm-hmm. Guys get behind the net with a rebound, weird play, wrapping it around, a giveaway behind the net by the goalie. There are tons of times that players will just throw a puck into a goalie's feet as they're trying to sort of retreat back to their net, and you've got to know how to deal with that. I mean, that's something you think about. And that's kind of, to me, Hill's game. He's just sloppy everywhere. I don't like watching him play the position at all. He's getting up with his hands on his knees. It's ugly watching him play. But ideally what you do there is you just hold your feet. What's going to happen if you just stay up? There's no threat. He can't do anything. He's behind the net. The worst thing he can do is pass it out to Norris, who is coming down the middle, I think. But if that happens, then you can react to that. What you can't react to is him banking it off of you into the net. It's a horrible job. But that's him.
He was the second star of the game.
Yeah, congratulations.
Which there wasn't many. I think Josh Doan maybe. I'm not gonna get upset about who was second star of the game, but Josh Doan was. He scores that goal. That guy hunting pucks on the forecheck. He got one to Norris in the third period. I think it was in the third period.
Yes.
Where he's just waiting and waiting, and you just know the whole time. He's just floating behind, I think it was Rasmus Anderson. Mm-hmm. I am just going to stick lift this at the perfect moment, and it's going to be my puck, and I'm going to have a break here.
He turned right up the wall and found Norris streaking down I know the exact play you're talking about. And that he is...
He's all over that every time.
There are some guys in the league that are really elite pickpockets. You think of Pavel Datsyuk back in the day.
Sure.
He used to strip guys constantly. Matthews is really good at it. Mm-hmm. And Doan is that kind. He is that good at that skill specifically. He is such a dog on the puck, and he is so hard on it. And he strips guys constantly, and they make so many plays off of that because he's smart. And Norris and when Oslin's on that line, I really like the way they fit together because they're all so smart and they know they can see each other hunting. And they go, all right, Doan's about to make a play here.
I'm going to get up
there.
Let
me get myself in a spot so that as soon as he gets it, he can make it a play to me and I'm open. That is really fun. That's hockey right there. That's the good stuff.
So they win again. Doan plays like this all the time. He's heavy, too, as a player. He just tough. Why can't they win the Stanley Cup? 803-0550. Why should we not be talking about them winning the Stanley Cup? The one reason why you wouldn't is because it is still all so new. All of this has happened since December.
Right.
It's kind of incredible to open up the standings this morning, and they are tied with Carolina after the Hurricanes lost last night and the Sabres won. Tampa won, by the way. The Sabres are tied with Carolina as the number 1 team in the Eastern Conference. Both have 90 points.
Yep.
They're 7 behind Colorado, who was on track to have the greatest regular season we had ever seen by the new year, and other 7 points back of the Avalanche, who everybody considers to be the best team in the world by a mile. If the Sabres had begun their stretch of elite play, 2 weeks earlier, 3 weeks earlier, they'd be knocking on the door of winning the President's Trophy?
Yeah.
Why shouldn't I believe they can win the Stanley Cup? And again, I didn't get to it fully. it's not just new since December. It is the drought. Right. And it's in sports, it's not really supposed to be how it works, right? Like, you go through a feudal decade and a half like that, and you make the playoffs, and maybe you win a round, and you're a cool story, and then you fizzle out around there, and everybody gives you a standing ovation all around the sport.
Good job, golf claps.
What a job. Yeah. You ended the drought. You made it fun. Good job. But you're not supposed to win out of a drought like that. But I'm having a hard time finding reasons why they can't that aren't a reason that I don't fully buy into, which is just history. They don't have a lot of playoff experience as a group.
Right.
Like, some guys have it. Bo Byram has won the Stanley Cup. He did it as a very young player in Colorado. Alex Tuck has played in the finals and has played more than 60 playoff games. I mean, Luke Shen shouldn't be in the lineup come playoff time, but he has won 2 Stanley Cups. Right. They added him. They've got Zucker. They've got a couple of guys that have played in the postseason. That would maybe be the thing if I were to ask, like, just a random national analyst on the NHL, like, why can't they do it? Like, well, they don't have a lot of playoff experience.
That's
like, okay, well, I don't know how much I really want to care about that. They play a playoff style of hockey. So why should I care about whether they know what type of hockey they have to play in the playoffs? They seem to already know what type of hockey they need to play come playoff time.
Right. I mean, what the Panthers, when they showed up on the scene, what happened to them?
But they didn't play the style I think the Sabres are playing right now.
No.
Like, they were a fast, finesse, skilled team, like fun team to watch, and it would get them to round 2. But then they would go play Tampa, and they would get run out of the series because they were.
And that was the Huberdeau deal. Was let's change that. Does it not kind of feel like the Sabres have already done that?
That's what I mean. I don't know.
They're there. They play a style of hockey that is applicable to any team. Like, they can beat any team in any situation, any time of year. That is just what they do. They play heavy hockey on the forecheck. They defend really well. Like, they are staunch. They don't give up grade A chances. They're great against the rush. Yesterday was not an awesome day for them on that front, but generally they are very good at limiting rush chances against. They score in a multitude of ways, but a lot of their goals come from around the net. They do a lot of really good work, low to high, sort of creating offense from safe positions. And that is sustainable. And that is, like, I am with you. I can't find a logical reason to say they shouldn't be at the top of the list for, like, not the very top, like, obviously Colorado.
In that tier, though.
Like, but they should be right there.
I hear that a lot, and I do agree with it. Like, if they played Colorado, Colorado is nuts.
Yeah,
like, watching them
is absurd.
Move the puck around, how fast they are. Like, I'm not going to disagree with anybody that thinks, like, oh, if the Sabres played Colorado, they might lose in 5. If they play Colorado, they're in the finals. And if they're in the finals, I'm going to believe they can do anything.
Right. Who are the scariest teams in the league outside of the Sabres right now? It's Colorado and Dallas. That's really
right. Teams, like, I don't even want to worry about them because
Minnesota too.
I'm not going to see them until I'm in it.
Right.
And by then, we're going to have, and I think the team will have a confidence, and I mean they will have been the best team in hockey from December on if they're in the finals.
Yeah.
So why shouldn't I believe they could do it if they get that far? I still wouldn't pick them. By then, I might pick him.
By then we might emotionally just
be ready.
We
would maybe
pick
pick him
anyway.
The sweep. Let's go to Ryan in Buffalo. What's up, Ryan?
I think that the Sabres have a very good chance of making it. You guys made all the points about their roster makeup and why they're having success, so I won't repeat that. But it's kind of one of those things, too, when you get into new territory and having this fun and success that they're having right now, it's almost like you're kind of in a zone, not really thinking about the outside factors or like, oh my gosh, we have to have experience here or there. You're just kind of going full go. Kind of contrary to the Bills, it seems like sometimes when we get to the playoffs, the pressure heats up because of the shortcomings that we've had. And I think if the Sabres get in, I think they'll just continue to go full go. I don't know if it'll work out, but I absolutely think they can do it.
Thanks, Ryan, for the call. Yeah, I think they can too. I mean, I'm just so impressed by them on a night-to-night basis, winning different types of games. Last night is one where your goalie was great and you played to lock it down in the third period, and you're able to do that. They still have this issue where I feel like if they're up by 3, I feel like the other team is going to get back in the game. We've talked about this along the way. They usually win those games. I would like them to stop doing that, but it's little things. I guess, and this kind of goes back to our Owen Power discussion in the first segment, maybe there is a segment of the fan base out there that would think, well, yeah, Florida, they end up trading away Jonathan Huberdeau, who was their all-time leading scorer, because this guy's not right for postseason type of hockey. And someone is ready to tell me that's Power. That Power, as good as he is at what he does in the regular season, let's see what he looks like in the playoffs. And even I would tell you, I don't know what that's going to look like. I don't know if he's going to be the guy that gets, I've said this about Quinn, although Quinn is impressing me a lot, that Power could be that guy. Oh, he's not as effective in May. But we don't know that. We have to see it. 803-0550 is the phone number. Joe Marino coming up at 7. We'll change gears, talk some football. The Waddle trade to Denver. And the Bills have a decision to make as Ryan Vandemark has been offer sheeted. We'll talk a little bit about that with Sal later as well. All coming up here on Jeremy and Joe. This is WGR. I watched him last night very closely. He was tremendous last night. He and again, this is what I got to yesterday on Locked On Sabres, is his role has shifted a bit.
Right.
Like I think it's his offensive zone starts on faceoffs
never starts
is down like 7% compared to where it was a couple of years ago under Don Granato. Like he's playing under 50% offensive zone starts. Well, actually well below that. But it's down. He's playing a more defensive role.
Right.
And that's kind of been the case all year long. He also, by the way, I looked up yesterday, he's been rotating partners more than Dahlin has.
He's got a rotate. It's a revolving door next to him.
Right.
And he
does play with Byram a lot. Byram, He's played 400 minutes with this year. That might sound like a lot. You know how many minutes Samuelson and Dahlin have played together? Almost 700.
Yeah, I was going to say double that.
So he's got 280 to 300 minutes that he's playing with other guys that the top two guys don't really have to do. So that might sound like excuse making, but it's just a different role for him. He's playing a more, hey, go shut down the other team's best players and let the top guys go dominate another line. And last night, every time he was out there against Eichel, it felt like he was frustrating Eichel.
Oh, yeah.
He just was in his space the entire night.
Yeah. The Power, my experience watching Owen Power this year, early in the season, I was borderline an Owen Powers guy. Anybody that calls him Owen Powers hates him. That's just my litmus test.
Yeah.
And I was getting really frustrated watching him. He just wasn't doing anything for me. It was the defensive stuff wasn't there. The lack of physicality was is always glaring, and I didn't feel that he was transporting the puck and defending as well as he is now. What I watch him now every night, and I say 5 times to myself, wow, what a play that was. Mm-hmm. And it's never in the O-zone. Which, is that annoying? Do you wish the number 1 overall pick defenseman made more plays in the O-zone? Sure. But he's not bad down there. But where he shines, to me, is in his own end, retrieving pucks and getting them out of his end. Mm-hmm. He goes back there and it wheels around the net and finds a guy every time.
Yeah.
And it's one pass, boom, boom, and they are going up the ice. And it's immediately. There's no forecheck opportunity. There is no turnover opportunity. Like, it is, I'm going to find the guy that's got the best chance to get this puck over the red line, and if they have to dump it in, they got to dump it in, and if they can hold on to it, they hold on to it. And he is doing so much of that.
The Bills have released a new bunch of things from the stadium that you could buy, the old stadium. It's mostly turf related. We'll get to that in a moment. You could buy pens that are like wrapped with the turf. We'll get to it. There's some strange things on there, but you might be looking for a way to get something that's a little cheaper. I don't know. Let's go to Louie in Stony Creek though. First up, what's up, Louie?
Hey, guys. Thank you for taking my phone call. How are you guys doing today?
Good. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, so Alex Vandermark, I know that
Ryan.
Minnesota signed up to an offer sheet. You guys have the detail of that offer sheet.
No, the money, as far as I have seen, is not out there. We just know that he has been offer sheeted.
So when the Bills say we tender him to $3-point-something million, I think that was what the Bills put down. Does that mean Minnesota can make it really complicated for the Bills to match it?
So, yeah, the tender was $3.5 million. So they have the right to match that deal, but they would get no draft compensation if they were to let him go. So it's just basically whether they want him for the money. But I don't think we know how much above the $3.5 million the Vikings would have went with it.
Okay, yeah, I think it's a no-brainer. I think the Bills, at this point, he's a good swing tackle. I know we had situations where our left tackle went down, our right tackle went down. He came in and stepped in and played admirably. So, unless it's something outrageous, we have to re-sign this guy. He's a good, rock-solid player for us. We need him.
Yeah, thanks,
Louis. He's going to be. Do you think? I'll just leave you with this. Sorry. Do you think that the Bills will match it?
It's a good question. They did not match it with Ryan Bates a couple of years ago when he was offer sheeted. It's just going to come down to whether they have a role for him, and I don't think that he's got a starting position. So I think I'd be skeptical that they would match it.
Quickly on the number, it looks like it's a 1 year 4.2, which is it's about an $800,000.
I was looking for that I saw there was a tweet about that.
I saw it's on
Okay.
Sales got it on his account.
Okay, perfect.
So that's what I've got.
All right, $4.2 million. So it's about $700,000 above what the tender was. So we'll talk about it with Sal. He's going to join us at 8:30. 803-0550 is the phone number. Joe Marino on Vandermark and other Bills topics coming up next here on WGR. Luukkonen.
Yeah. That's the
Luukkonen
story.
was the story. Luukkonen was unbelievable in this hockey game last night.
Yeah, that is like the peak of what Luukkonen is sort of capable of. He was just so on top of it, so aggressive, just cutting everything off as soon as he possibly could. Ate every puck. Like there was a little early. Like there were some bounces that were a little funky, and I was a little worried for the first 5 minutes, and then it immediately just like, all right, find the groove, and he just went. I mean, the glove saves left and right were really good. His rebound control, as I just said, like he swallowed up some really, really good chances that could have led to some chaos around him that he just sort of ended. And I thought that was a criticism that you could have had on him on the last goal he gave up in Washington. Was he could have covered a puck next to the net before it got up to Chychrun, and he didn't. And I thought last night, I don't know if it was conscious or not, he was really on top of that. He froze everything he needed to. There was one I'm thinking of even specifically where Dahlin had lost a stick. It was a little scrambly, and he did a great job to sort of get a little aggressive and go chase a puck and got a whistle when he probably needed it. And like that is what Luukkonen can do for you. When he's on, he's capable of looking like that. And it's really, he'll hold you in a game because I think, they play that game a few more times over, and I think Vegas comes out on top a few of those times. But Luukkonen won them that game.
Point blank saves. I mean, you mentioned like there were a lot of pucks that he froze where there were 3 Golden Knights standing around him where anything comes off him and it's going to be an amazing scoring chance for them off of that, and he didn't have it. He stopped Eichel at least 2 times with the glove, and it didn't even look hard for him.
Yep.
And that's a confidence thing they talked about after the Olympics, right? Like Connor Hellebuck, watch his glove saves. He's so calm on them. Yep. Like, oh, he's dialed in tonight. Miller made this point. Ryan Miller made this point, I think, among others. And that was Luukkonen last night. Like, I noticed him in the first period make like 2 or 3 glove saves. He's like, it's nothing. Like, oh, yeah, he's dialed in tonight.
There was one even I had in my notes that there was I think Stone on the power play maybe had it on the goal line and went to drive the net. It went off of Power or somebody, and it would have been very easy for Luukkonen to have just shot through to the middle of the ice, and Stone would have had a wide open net. But Luukkonen tracked it and followed the puck the whole way, never got ahead of the play, and just was right there on top of the puck, and Stone just put it right into his like chest. And it was that I wrote down like, all right, that's a great sign.
down the ice. No, it's tipped by Vegas at center. That might be a break for Buffalo. Empty net chance for Norris. Scores! With 57.6 seconds to go on the Strip in Vegas, the Sabres have a 2-0 lead.
The Sabres royally flushed the Golden Knights overnight, shutting them out 2-0 and completing a 2-game regular season sweep. Josh Doan and Josh Norris were the goal scorers, and Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen was a brick wall, recording his first shutout of the season. They're next in action in San Jose, taking on the Sharks with puck drop set for 10 o'clock tomorrow night. The Vikings signed Bills restricted free agent Ryan Vandermark to an offer sheet per NFL Network. That's a developing story there. And looking around the NFL, the Broncos acquired wide receiver Jalen Waddle, formerly of the Dolphins, in exchange for a 2026 first, third, and fourth round draft picks. The Eagles signed wide receiver Hollywood Brown, formerly of the Chiefs, to a one-year contract worth up to about $6.5 million. ESPN's Adam Schefter reports free agent tight end David Njoku visited the Ravens yesterday, and the Colts signed cornerback Cam Taylor-Britt, formerly of the Bengals, to a one-year deal. Team USA drops the ball in the World Baseball Classic, losing 3-2. Venezuela gets their first World Baseball Classic title. Outside of Bryce Harper's 2-run home run in the 8th inning, the U.S. did not place a runner in scoring position all night. Back to spring training ahead of the MLB season. Get ready to tee off without breaking the bank. The WGR VIP golf card gets you 8 amazing golf experiences valued at $321, but you can grab it now for just $129. That's 60% off. A portion of proceeds benefit PGA Hope. Get all the details and your card today at getmyperks.com. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali on Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
My technique, I think my tackling game, is really just taking that extra step and not trying to lunge, things like that. So that's kind of my main thing. You know, I'm definitely a willing tackler. It's not like I'm not. I mean, I had over 100 tackles last year, and there's not many safeties that do that every year. So I'm definitely a willing tackler. I think my thing is my technique that I need to clean up, and I'm aware of that. I'm a pro. It's nothing to hide about it. So that's one thing about being a pro is being able to be accountable with things, and that's one thing I just want to work on.
New Bills safety Geno Stone meeting with the media. There on his tackling a little bit. We'll get into that and plenty of other things coming up here with Joe Marino of the Locked On Bills podcast. Jeremy White's off today. Good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Sabres won last night. So if you're waking up and you didn't know the result, spoiler alert, I guess. Well, it's too late. You can't say spoiler alert after you've said the result. But they won. They won 2-0. We'll talk more about that in a little bit. Joe Marino now on the Wester hotline. Morning, Joe. I'm assuming you did not stay up till 1 a.m. for that game last night?
Not a chance, man. Not a chance. I wake up at 4 in the morning, dude. I can't watch a game that starts at 10. So I did wake up at 2 in the morning to use the restroom, checked my phone, and was delighted to see a 2-0 win.
I did like doing I tried the Howard Simon special, which is go to bed at like 8 p.m., wake up really early before the show, watch it, and then go in and do the show. I liked it. It's just so early. I don't know if I'm doing many.
That's a savvy vet, Howard. You know, he knows the playbook. The problem is, man, I got little kids at home, and you know, getting them to sleep and me being asleep by 8, you know, the dominoes didn't fall, you know?
Yeah. So, Joe, a lot of new Bills to get to, and we'll get to them on C.J. Gardner-Johnson, D. Elford, Bradley Chubb. You've kind of gone through the film on, and we talked about some of them with you already. But before we get to any of that, this decision that they have this week on Ryan Vandermark, the offer sheet that the Vikings sent in, there was a report that it was 1 year, $4.2 million, but I'm still looking to see if that's confirmed, but the tender was 3.5. I don't know, like without knowing the money exactly, do you have a feel of what the Bills will do here, given that he's not in line to be a starter?
Well, I think the report from Aaron Wilson's probably accurate, that it's a $4.2 million deal for Ryan Vandermark, which is a good deal for him. I mean, give him a lot of credit. UDFA that didn't stick with the first team that brought him in, got a couple of chances to play recently and played well enough to be in position for this type of opportunity. So I think that's a cool story for Ryan Vandermark, but it certainly puts the Bills in an interesting spot where they have 5 days to match the offer and keep him for presumably $4.2 million, or you let him go to the Vikings, and now the Bills need offensive line depth. You'd look at Tylen Grable is the guy, the primary backup to Dawkins and Brown, and I think that's okay. I think he's a player that has some appeal. I think he might even be in the mix for the left guard spot, but it does weaken the depth of the offensive line, and for a Bills team that is not necessarily brimming in cap space, it might be difficult for a hard $4.2 million cap hit for a reserve offensive tackle. So I think there's a good chance the Bills don't match this, which I think opens the door for there to be a couple of new additions to this offensive line that are rostered. I think even with Ryan Vandemark, they would need one more depth player. Without Ryan Vandemark, they're going to need two. And obviously a lot of that factors into how comfortable they are with Alec Anderson being the left guard. So some depth shakeups. The Bills returned everybody from 24 into 25 on the offensive line, and you're going to have probably at least three new pieces to that overall mix. So the 33% turnover when it comes to your rostered offensive line.
Right. And just a refresher on Grable real quick. So Tylen Grable, he's had injury problems, but wasn't the story that he was maybe even unseating Vandemark as their swing tackle before those injuries, like last fall?
Yeah.
Or maybe in the summer?
He did. So in Tylen Grable's rookie season, he was the active player on game day initially, and Ryan Vandemark was inactive. And then he had a core muscle injury during his rookie season, and Ryan Vandemark became the swing tackle, the one that got the jersey on game day. When Grable was healthy, he once again resumed being the active player over Vandemark for the remainder of 2024. And then, of course, this season, Grable has that concussion during preseason that put him on the shelf for a very long time. So Ryan Vandemark was, again, the guy that won the job, and he obviously played both right and left tackle this past season. So he has been multiple times the preferred backup to Dawkins and Brown. Grable's very interesting to me. He's a college, I think he played like tight end, actually, and eventually gets to left tackle. And he looked really, really good so far with the Bills. I know that there's not been a ton of opportunities, but his first preseason, he's got a chance to play later in the year, getting eyes on him during camp. Like, he looks very interesting to me as a guy that has some starter appeal. And he's really athletic. He's got good length. He uses his hands well. The thing is, I think he, just based on what I've seen in the past, he's probably a guy that needs to get a little stronger, especially if he's going to play on the inside. But he's, this is entering his third season. You like to think that he's made some progress there, and maybe even has a real shot to be part of that mix at left guard. I don't think we can dismiss it, but at a minimum, he's becoming a very, very important backup, especially if Ryan Vandemark's not retained.
Joe Marino with us of the Locked On Bills podcast. Also the Herd Mentality Substack, herdmentality1960.substack.com if you want to check that out. And you've gone through the tape, Joe, on a couple of the newest Bills, especially C.J. Gardner-Johnson. And that was a very interesting signing when it happened. A week later, roughly, how do you view Gardner-Johnson's fit in this defense? And how do you feel about the whole he wouldn't have really fit in with this defense before, but now with the scheme changes and maybe even an attitude change that he does now?
Well, I think the skill set always fits. I don't think that was he's a player that wouldn't work in Sean McDermott's defense. It's probably just the personality that you feel like wasn't a fit. And as a player that I've always kind of been dismissive of with Sean McDermott as the head coach, because I just didn't feel like that was the type of player that he would want to bring in. And now here we are. He's part of this defense, and I think he'll profile as the starter next to Bishop at safety. I think he'll be an every snap player. I think they're going to want to play him in deeper alignments. The Bills are going to play a lot of one high coverages, and I think CJ, is the type of player that can really fulfill that. And I think that's where he's best, when you can play him from depth. He's got really good vision. He's very instinctive, really good ball skills. He's super physical. And when you play him from depth, I think you get the best out of him, but also you kind of minimize some of the variance that exists in his game. He's a really, really, really aggressive player, really aggressive. And it can be to a fault where he'll try to jump on a ball, and he's a tick off, and he's in position to disrupt it or even pick it off, but because he's so aggressive, it winds up being a completion, which is frustrating. Or he's going to miss on a tackle. And I think It's not because he doesn't want to make the tackle or he's passive. It's because he wants to lay the guy out. And, that can lead to inconsistent results in terms of finishing tackles. But when he's from depth, I think he's in better positions to play with more control and for the fullness of his instinctive skill set to really show up. And I think that's where the Bills need him the most. I think that frees up Cole Bishop to play in more spots where you want him maybe as a guy that plays in lower alignments, a guy that can play man coverage in the slot against tight ends and some of the bigger slots. And so I think that's the plan for CJ. And I think they're going to want to be situational with the slot. It was interesting reading Sal Marianara's interview with Brandon Beane that he posted for the Rochester DNC yesterday. He talked about how different the nickel position was in this defense, and that it's no longer a spot where you're required to fill the B gap defending the run. It's a coverage position now. And I think with the combination of D. Alford as the primary slot, who is a really good man coverage player that can handle some of the speedier, quicker receivers, where I think you can also work C.J. Gardner-Johnson in the slot, is that he's not going to be the ideal matchup for the quicker, speedier receivers. He's going to be better against tight ends and slots. So I think you can primarily play D. Alford there, but where he lacks, I think you pick it up with C.J. Gardner-Johnson, where you can put him in the slot, and then there's the Geno Stone layer where he can now be the deep safety when you want to go nickel with C.J. in the slot. So I think it unlocks a ton of possibilities to this defense, and I'm mostly excited, but there's going to be some variance with him. He's a risk-reward player, which I think embodies this risk-reward defense that we're expecting to be in Buffalo under Jim Leonard.
Yeah, that sounds like true positional versatility they're really bringing in also, and that doesn't mean that Taron Johnson wasn't a great player, but that's more of an Alford point, right, Joe, that he could play on the outside if he needs to and maybe even will, just in certain packages, and that is not something they ever really did with their nickel corner before.
Well, and I think that would be very, very selective, because I would assume Benford and Harrison are the guys you want every snap on the outside. But I do think D. Alford gives them way more potential to be an outside corner than what you got in Taron Johnson. And so I do believe that D is optimized in the slot, and he'll play mostly in the slot. But if it came down to it, I think that's something you can have in the bag.
Joe Marino with us on the Western Hotline. When you look at Geno Stone, then, like, you're just thinking depth at this point. Like, we had the clip coming in. Not a good tackler recently in Cincinnati. Special teams probably for him in reserve role.
Well, sure, but he's also been a starter in the league for 3.5 years and a paid starter, right? So with a lot of ball production, I know that there's tackling concerns there. Well, guess what? I think C.J. Gardner-Johnson's missed tackle rate is every bit as bad as Geno Stone's, but for some reason we want to clown on Stone for the missed tackles when C.J.'s just as bad, right? So I think Geno was on a bad Bengals defense, right? And I think it's hard. Like, defense is very much a team. It's team defense, right? Everyone's got to kind of do their job, or else it's hard to look good. And I'm not trying to overstate Geno Stone. I do think that he's a depth player that I think in dime packages will have a chance to be on the field, and I think that's good. And he will play special teams. But I think it's a little bit on the extreme side of the criticism here, where Bengals fans have watched a horrible defense for the last 2 years that has kept Joe Burrow out of the playoffs. And this is a paid starter when, he's been a problem, but so has 9 other players on that defense. You're not going to be the best version of yourself when nobody's really playing well at all on the unit. So I think there's a middle ground to find here. It's not quite this guy that has had, 20 interceptions over the last 3 seasons. He's not quite the horrible, absolute liability that Bengals fans have pointed him to be. The truth is in the middle, and it's about what he's going to be for the Bills and how he helps this team, which I think depth at safety, special teams, and when you want to be matchup specific with your with C.J. Gardner-Johnson, I think Geno Stone frees up that opportunity.
Joe Marino with us on the West Her Hotline. What's left on the defense for you, Joe? Like, linebacker, do you think they're going to do something before the draft of significance? Like, Sal's been talking about the idea that maybe they just like Dorian Williams a lot for this type of defense. So I don't know, like what does that sound like to you? The idea that Dorian Williams could be an option for them as a, down to down starter.
Yeah, I'm excited for that. I think this downhill nature of the defense with Dorian Williams, that's what he does, man. He's fast, physical, plays downhill. I think this will be perfect for him. That's honestly the guy I find myself less concerned with. To me, I need to know what's up with Terrell Bernard. The guy played hurt, it felt like, all last season. And, what's his recovery look like? What's the plan, right? There's no – his guys aren't with him anymore. There's no McDermott. There's no Babbage that love Terrell Bernard, right? And I think there's going to be so much transition. They got rid of Taron Johnson. I don't think Milano or Trey White or Jordan Poyer or Jordan Phillips or these type of guys are going to be back, right? So I wonder, what support level he has from this coaching staff. Now, the challenge is that the Bills are committed. It's year one of a 4-year extension. There's no getting out of this deal right now. And so can you make it work? That's where I find myself really, really interested and concerned and curious. And so I'm excited about Dorian Williams. I think he should be a starter. It's the Terrell Bernard layer to this. And then, they're probably rostering 4 off-the-ball linebackers. And, Williams, Bernard, Joe Andreessen, I think, is a really good fit for this style of defense. And so I do think you need to make a meaningful investment. But I also think there's probably more comfort than maybe we think in Dorian Williams. And then there's a salvaging of this Terrell Bernard situation that I hope turns into a good story. But right now it doesn't feel good coming out of the last season and the scheme shift and the injuries that Terrell Bernard just seemingly always has.
Yeah, we had talked about last year, and I think with you too, about him playing the Mike versus playing the Will linebacker spot. And for that, I don't know, is that discussion even on the board anymore? Because wouldn't that kind of block out Dorian Williams if you wanted to change where Bernard plays?
Well, so this is not a McDermott defense anymore where I think you'll have a true outside linebacker that's like a weak side pursuit style player. I think you're going to have 2 inside linebackers, and one will kind of be the hammer, and then one will kind of be the player that cleans it up. And I think Terrell is a better option for that cleanup style player than hey, we're going to fire downhill, we're going to take on contact and free up bodies. And so I still think that exists in some ways, but different. But it's to me, it's the guy's been injured always. Going back to Baylor, it's an all the time thing as a guy that doesn't really have a ton of size. And we saw he wasn't even on injury reports, and the guy couldn't run last year. So where is he at? Where is he physically at, and how much can you count on? That's where I struggle. I think if he's healthy, I can put him next to Dorian Williams and be the cleanup player. But I just don't have a lot of confidence right now, and I hope this turns out well. But yes, I do think that there's a linebacker piece that needs to be added. I just wish I knew for sure what the team thought of TB.
And then D-line too, right? DJ Reader is still sitting out there. I feel like we've been mentioning that for a while, but they've got to do something, right?
I think so. I think if the Bills had to play a game right now, and they're in base defense, which is 3-4, it's a 3 down front, with 2 on-the-ball outside linebackers. So you would think that's Bradley Chubb and Greg Rousseau as your on-the-ball outside linebackers. But you're going to have 3 down defensive linemen. Right now I would assume it's Ed Oliver as the 4-eye, Deion Walker as the nose, and TJ Sanders as the 5-tech. And I think you're looking for a player like DJ Reader that can be that nose, and now Deion Walker's your 5-tech, and TJ Sanders is more of a reserve. And your 6-man rotation is probably right now, including the likes of Dwayne Carter and Landon Jackson. That's a lot of we don't know. and players that haven't necessarily, done much to convince us of anything yet. And so I do think that DJ Reader, that nose tackle piece, is a really important domino, and they might even need another guy that can factor in, that can play towards the edges a little bit to take the pressure off of needing TJ Sanders and Landon Jackson and Dwayne Carter to emerge, this season. So I'm hopeful for a nose and then, even some guy that can play, more in those wider alignments that takes some of the pressure off those young players immediately coming in and making a difference.
Joe Marino with us, Western Hotline from Locked On Bills and the Herd Mentality. Has anything the Bills done, Joe, or I guess really if you look at the whole scope of what the Bills have done so far, DJ Moore on offense, the Chubb signing, the signings in the secondary, how are you thinking about the draft today? I guess thinking about their needs and, has any position kind of gone way up for you on likelihood that they would pick it with especially the first-round pick?
Well, I think you can convince me that defensive line, linebacker, outside linebacker, like an edge rusher that's like a bursty, bendy guy, left guard, receiver. I think it's all a possibility for the Bills with the first-round pick at 26. But I think where the overall draft conversation has shifted for me when it comes to what the Bills do in the first round is they're 28th in draft capital, 28th. And I think they should be looking to trade back and trade out of that first round. I think the players that the Bills will be looking at 26 won't be all that different than at 40. And if moving back gets you a couple of day 2 picks to, reload the chest a little bit to give yourself some more young players, I think that'd be worth it, because I think that's what's missing from this team is a bigger nucleus of young players that are contributing and helping offset just the overall expensive nature of this roster. And so I want more darts to throw at the board and more chances to find those types of players, because that's what's going to sustain it. The Bills are restructuring and pushing money and void years. And if they're going to continue to keep this window open for as long as we want it to, they have to draft well. And I think the last few years they haven't. And so I think it's not just, punt picks because you haven't drafted well. No, it's give yourself more chances to be right. And I hope the Bills trade out. That's where I'm at right now with the draft conversation.
All right. Last thing for you before we let you go. Jeremy had put a poll up on this yesterday. The story that Bean did, he did one with Lance Lysowski, Buffalo News. You mentioned the one he did with Sal at the Rochester DNC yesterday. There was kind of a comment there about Max Crosby, that they were in on that, and that even the price at 2 first-round picks was not something that they really hung up the phone on. Jerry put a poll up. Would you have wanted them to make that trade at the end of all this? And where do you fall on that? If the Bills had been the team before all the Ravens stuff had happened, before they had traded for DJ Moore, that had given up that price for Max Crosby, how would you have felt about it?
Well, I think you would naturally get excited about Max Crosby. That's the big piece of this. That's a huge impact player to be added. I also, on the other side of that, I've said repeatedly, I think the Bills entered this offseason with more needs than they've had in a long, long time. And the opportunity cost of investing not only your 2 number 1 picks the next 2 years and the $30+ million a year contract, that opportunity cost would make me nervous because I would restrict them from getting answers at other spots. And so that doesn't even get into the injury piece with Crosby and what he's going to be like coming off of this knee and for how long. I know there's a lot of speculation and all that, but you did have a couple of doctors that said no, right? That's a heck of a roll of the dice for what you're investing, right? The NFL is a limited resource environment. You're putting a lot of eggs in that basket. And I guess I've seen the Bills too frequently not get the right return on big investments. I'd be a little nervous. And so I think that's what gives me a lot of peace about them not doing it, is the opportunity cost and the gamble that would be Crosby and the longevity of that knee that a couple of pretty big-time doctors said, no, we're good.
Yeah, and we'll see what happens with him now. I mean, he was sounding off on a podcast yesterday. Does he stay with the Raiders? Will the Raiders trade him for cheaper? I guess we'll see. Joe Marino from Locked On Bills and the Herd Mentality Substack. Thanks, Joe, as always, and we'll talk soon.
All right. Thanks, Joe. Appreciate it. Joe
Marino go to herdmentality1960.substack. He's got all the breakdowns of the tape from C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Bradley Chubb, D. Alford, DJ Moore, and I know he said that Geno Stones will be up soon as well. The Bills did not make the Crosby trade. Crosby said that he was, what's the exact wording? Did he say miffed at the Ravens? He was upset one way or another, whatever wording he used. And now I really do wonder what is going to happen with him. Somebody, I think, still trades for him at a lower price than what he was going to go to Baltimore for. I guess I am cynical when these teams say, this is the Coleman thing for me too. Oh no, we're good. Everything's good here. We want him. We want to keep him, and we're going forward with this thing. So many times I think that could just be I'm telling the league that so that they don't think I have to trade him, and that to me, is probably what the Raiders are doing right now, too. They did trade him. There was tons of reporting about bad blood between him and the organization after the way they benched him at the end of last season, and that he doesn't like the dynamic of Brady and Alex Guerrero, Brady's doctor, not a doctor, and how much power he has in the locker room, and there's stuff out there about that. And just the idea that, and they traded you, then you were excited about it. You talked about leaving and being pumped about that. That now just for all of that to just be thrown to the side and like, oh yeah, everything's good now. I don't buy it. I think he will still be traded. But it's tougher now, right? Like the Bills are out, and there are a lot of other teams that are probably out as well because, hey, we don't have the cap space anymore. One team that might still be able to do it, though, is New England. New England had all this room to do a lot of big things this offseason, and maybe they're holding out on an A.J. Brown trade, but they are sitting here without really making like a monster move. Romeo Dobbs is their biggest move. All right, fine. It's a middle-class receiver contract for a decent receiver. But I think they have even sitting here today, the sixth most cap space remaining in the NFL. $48 million. Like, I guess they could be the team that would still say, all right, you want a late first and a second? We'll do it. We'll do the Crosby trade. We'll take him off your hands. 803-0550. The other big trade that happened yesterday was Jalen Waddle. I want to talk about that when we come back. He goes to Denver for a first and a third in addition to a pick swap. Sal coming up at 8:30. Time for your phone calls as well here on Jeremy and Joe. This is WGR. Lindy said his biggest problem with that hit, McNabb on Benson last night, was that it was late. And he also said that it was a little familiar to him, which when I saw him say that, I thought, oh, he is thinking of the Chris Neal, Chris Drury hit.
That's what I was thinking too.
It's kind of the same angle.
Yeah.
It's close to the same angle, and it's about the same time from the puck's been released, 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, bam.
Right.
And you get hit pretty high, shoulder and head kind of at the same time. So I when they were reviewing it, I'm thinking, okay, it's not going to be a major, but keep it at a minor penalty. And for them to say, no, clean hit overall, I just think there were too many, but between it being a little late and some contact to the head, those two things should combine to give him a 2-minute penalty.
I agree. It was too. It feels too close to the kind of hit that they are trying to remove from the game to just to say aloud, there's no penalty on the play. Like it just doesn't look good for the league based on what they are trying to do or say they're trying to do. I should say. It's a bad look because it was late. It's as much as you might want to defend that it wasn't too high, it wasn't that late. Like that is a vulnerable position that McNabb caught him in, and he knows it. He knows what he's doing. He knows he's getting him late, and he knows he's a smaller guy. Like, it is.
Oh yeah, he's going after him. Like he's not even his man one-on-one there. Like he's coming from the side.
That's what always to me gets me on those plays where if you rip a shot and the guy that's covering you steps up and lays you out. All right. That you should have your head up and be aware that your guy is swinging up on you and is going to tag you. Mm-hmm. But when it's your weak side defender, you've already shot the puck and you're tracking your rebound, and then you get tagged from the guy coming across on the other side, that's where it gets like, what is that? Was that
all right?
Did that need to happen? Did you need to go try to do that?
It definitely didn't need to happen.
And does that sound soft? Probably. But it is dangerous, and it could have been very easy for him to catch Benson an inch higher, and Benson's out for the rest of the year. Like that's the kind of hit that is. And I think that's what the NHL does not really want in their game anymore.
Yep.
So, I would have thought that they should have kept at least a minor penalty on that, if not just upheld it.
Down the ice. No, it's tipped by Vegas at center. That might be a break for Buffalo. Empty net chance for Norris. Scores! With 57.6 seconds to go on the strip in Vegas, the Sabres have a 2-0 lead.
Sabres royally flushed the Golden Knights overnight, shutting them out 2-0 and completing the 2-game regular season sweep. Josh Doan and Josh Norris, they were the goal scorers, and Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen was a brick wall, recording his first shutout of the season. They're next in action in San Jose, taking on the Sharks, continuing their road trip with puck drop set for 10 o'clock tomorrow night. The Bills, restricted free agent Ryan Vandemark. The Vikings signed him to an offer sheet per NFL Network. That's still a developing story. And around the NFL, the Broncos acquired wide receiver Jalen Waddle, formerly of the Dolphins, in exchange for a 2026 first, third, and fourth round draft picks. The Eagles signed wide receiver Hollywood Brown, formerly of the Chiefs, to a one-year contract worth up to $6.5 million. ESPN's Adam Schefter reports free agent tight end David Njoku visited with the Ravens yesterday, and the Colts signed cornerback Cam Taylor-Britt, formerly of the Bengals, to a one-year deal. Team USA drops the ball for the World Baseball Classic, losing 3-2 to Venezuela, and Venezuela gets their first World Baseball Classic title. Outside of Bryce Harper's 2-run home run in the 8th inning for Team USA, the U.S. did not place a runner in scoring position all night. Back to spring training ahead of the MLB season. Catch Sal Capaccio broadcasting the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show live from Hartman's Distilling Company on Chicago Street Thursday, March 19th. Doors open at 10 a.m. Heading to the arena for college basketball tournament action? Make Hartman's the pregame, postgame spot with drink specials, grab-and-go menu, free parking, and it's just 5 minutes away from the arena. Don't miss the madness at Hartman's. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali on Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
Now Eichel able to walk out with it. Sends it in front. Pad save made. Oh, what a glove save. McNabb with the shot and a lightning quick glove by Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen.
UPL with one of our Firth moments of the game. For all the moments in your life, go Forth to Firth.
Absolutely love this for Denver. It was the really missing piece for their football team, specifically on offense, speed wide receiver. Bo Nix really entering a massive year, coming off of a really good year last year. So they have Cortland Sutton, who's a big-bodied receiver. And then they have some good players, Troy Franklin, Pat Bryant, Mims. Mims is a little bit of a specialty kind of guy. So they needed a real wide receiver, a true wide receiver with speed. There's Jalen Waddle. Okay, so I love that for Denver. I think Denver was a top 3 or 4 team in the AFC, even in this moment right now. They're very much so still in that mix.
Dan Orlovsky on the big trade in the league from yesterday. The Miami Dolphins continue their teardown, and Jalen Waddle is off to Denver for a first-round pick, and a third-round pick essentially is the deal. There's a fourth-round pick swap in there as well, but mostly it is the first and the third. And I got a thought on that trade, and there was a Bills connection, right? Like Schefter had even said it. Like they had talked with the Bills. That goes back to last trade deadline when they had talked to the Bills about Jalen Waddle, and they opted not to do it. And remember, the story then was that Miami wanted a 2026 first-round pick, and the Bills were willing to give up a 2027 first-round pick, and that is kind of where it all fell apart. It's also possible Miami would have got cold feet anyway about trading him in the division and whatever. The Bills get the DJ Moore trade done instead, and there was a lot of yesterday, well, I feel better about the DJ Moore trade after seeing what Jalen Waddle went for. You know, right on the surface, I would agree with the idea that if Jalen Waddle costs you a first and a third, that getting DJ Moore for a second and getting a fifth back, just on the values of the player, the Bills get the better deal. Moore is older, and that's a part of this, but he is a good player. Waddle's a good player. I think Waddle is a better receiver than DJ Moore is, but not by enough to make the second to the first and then a third additionally to offset that. I don't think he is that much better than DJ Moore. But that's not the whole part of the equation here. I think it's been pretty clear from the start. Nobody really dislikes how DJ Moore fits in this offense. But we all know the risk with it. It's more about, no pun intended, the money that is committed to DJ Moore from here to the end of his contract. And while Jalen Waddle does have a lot of money tied up for the remainder of his deal also, there is one fewer year remaining on the Waddle deal, and he, again, is at an age where you're not as worried about a decline in the player. DJ Moore, the Bills, over the course of however many years it ends up being, 3 years, 4 years, 3 years with a dead cap year because he's no longer on the team, or 4 years with a dead cap year in the 5th year, wherever it ends up being, the Bills will have to commit over what amount of time they want. They're going to have to commit around $100 million to DJ Moore. That's just what the contract is. How high his guaranteed money is, the base salary, the way the contract is designed. They're probably going to have to spend around that number. You get 3 years of $28.9 million as a cap hit after this year. Waddle has 2 years at 27 and then 30. And then that's it. So that one fewer year for a guy who is 2 years younger, like that is a big reason why he also goes for more. That, and I'm not even telling you the Waddle deal is better with all of that included. Maybe it's a push at that point. But that needs to be factored in whenever this trade is evaluated. If DJ Moore was on a 2-year deal for $12 million, something low, and the Bills went out and traded a second-round pick for it, I'd feel like it was a steal. You got a player that's good, that's cheap, that's still in his 20s for 2 years, for a second. That's a good deal. The contract is the piece of the Moore trade that just does not make sense and will continue to not make sense. You know, yesterday Mike Giannitti broke down what it will look like in a year for Moore's contract because he is going to get restructured again. Next year's cap, it's $28 million. $29 million, really. It's 28.9. You're not gonna be able to stomach that. So you're going to have to move the money around again, which means you're going to push that money off even further and commit to him for even longer. Because that'll help you fit it in on the short term. And the way the contract looks after you do that is even worse years down the road. And that is somewhat true with Waddle as well. It's just not as pronounced. That is the real price of the Moore trade. It is taking that contract off of Chicago's hands was doing them a service. And why the Bills should have had to give up a second-round pick. Maybe Denver was pushing them. I don't know. That is the only thing that makes any sense. Because, again, Chicago, they want to get rid of that contract. They would love to get rid of that contract. It is doing them a favor. Why did it cost a second? The only explanation is someone else was bidding against you and pushed you to offer that. Was it New England? Was it Denver? Someone else had to be in on DJ Moore. Would I rather have the Waddle trade than the DJ Moore trade? I think I might lean yes, but it's pretty close. It's pretty close. I get the better player. I get the younger player. I get the cheaper contract. But to do all of that, I have to give up a first instead of a second, and I have to give you a third. That's a big price. I think it's pretty close. I think you could answer either way, and it would be respectable. You think you'd rather have Waddle for the first and the third, or you'd rather have Moore for the second and get a fifth back? I think it's pretty close in terms of value. You get all those advantages with Waddle, age, better player. You know, you probably should factor health in a little bit with Waddle, but sometimes that's overstated. He hasn't actually missed that many games in his career. But the cost is so much higher. I think it's fairly close. And I'm not, coming in guns a-blazing today, angry. Why couldn't the Bills make this trade? It's not. It was too much to have that attitude. 803-0550 is the phone number. Let's go to Ron and Alden. What's up, Ron?
Hey, good morning. So you're going solo today. So, I know you're talking about we were about a year down the road, 2 years, 3 years. But you know what? If we were not in the Super Bowl window, if we were just getting to be somewhat good, I'd worry about it then. But you got to go for it. You got to trade your peaches. You got to do what you have to do now to win the Super Bowl this coming year. Because Josh Allen's getting a little bit older, and other players. But if they make the right moves, have a good draft, we know we're a Super Bowl contender. So you go for it. If we win the Super Bowl next season, we're not going to care for a while. So that's my point is he's going for it. You can't sit there and say, well, we could win Super Bowl with him, but gosh, then we got to pay him later. I don't know. That's my feeling. Is just go for it.
Yep.
Go from there.
Thanks, Ron, for the call, because there is definitely space for that in this conversation. That's why you do it. It just comes down to whether you think he is that good of a player that he pushes you over the top. And that's where I'm on the fence, because I do respect that. It's why I want the Sabres to pay Alex Tuck. There was a report yesterday that he's looking for $10.5 million, and if you told me he's going to cost 10, that's a lot of money for Alex Tuck. It probably doesn't age well. I'd want to do it. It's similar mentality. The difference is I know Alex Tuck is a great player right now, and that's a question mark about DJ Moore. I think he probably is still a really good player, but was last year just miscommunications with the quarterback, not the right fit with the coaching staff? I'm willing to buy all that, but do I know it to be true? Do I know that he didn't just decline because he's 29 years old and that's around the time that a lot of receivers start to decline? if I had a greater assurance, if it was A.J. Brown, right? If I knew for sure that dude right away is going to be awesome for this offense, then, yeah, I'm all in on that idea, not worrying about what's going to happen 2-3 years down the road. But with this player, it's a little too much of a question mark to not also think about, well, all these other factors that go into he might help me a lot right away. Probably helps me a lot right away, but it's not a guarantee. He's coming off a year with 680 yards, where he was relegated to a role player in a really good offense, the best offense he'd ever been in. When we come back, more of your phone calls and the World Baseball Classic not going the way for Team USA. Like the first Team USA to not win a major tournament in a while here. 803-0550 is the phone number. Sal coming up at 8:30. Got an interesting Sabre playoff conversation to get to at 8 as well. If you missed the game last night, Sabres win 2-0 over Vegas. We'll talk about it more next here on WGR. What's left on the defense for you, Joe? Like, linebacker, do you think they're going to do something before the draft of significance? Like, Sal's been talking about the idea that maybe they just like Dorian Williams a lot for this type of defense. So I don't know. Like, what does that sound like to you? The idea that Dorian Williams could be an option for them as a down-to-down starter.
Yeah, I'm excited for that. I think this downhill nature of the defense with Dorian Williams, that's what he does, man. He's fast, physical, plays downhill. I think this would be perfect for him. That's honestly the guy I find myself less concerned with. To me, I need to know what's up with Terrell Bernard. The guy played hurt, it felt like, all last season. And, what's his recovery look like? What's the plan, right? There's no – his guys aren't with him anymore. There's no McDermott. There's no Babbage that love Terrell Bernard, right? And I think there's going to be so much transition. They got rid of Taron Johnson. I don't think Milano or Trey White or Jordan Poyer or Jordan Phillips or these type of guys are going to be back, right? So I wonder, what support level he has from this coaching staff. Now, the challenge is that the Bills are committed. It's year one of a 4-year extension. There's no getting out of this deal right now. And so can you make it work? That's where I find myself really, really interested and concerned and curious. And so I'm excited about Dorian Williams. I think he should be a starter. It's the Terrell Bernard layer to this. And then, they're probably rostering 4 off-the-ball linebackers. And, Williams, Bernard, Joe Andreessen, I think, is a really good fit for this style of defense. And so I do think you need to make a meaningful investment. But I also think there's probably more comfort than maybe we think in Dorian Williams. And then there's a salvaging of this Terrell Bernard situation that I hope turns into a good story. But right now it doesn't feel good coming out of the last season and the scheme shift and the injuries that Terrell Bernard just seemingly always has.
Luukkonen.
Yeah. That's
Luukkonen
the story.
was the story. Luukkonen was unbelievable in this hockey game last night.
Yeah, that is like the peak of what Luukkonen is sort of capable of. He was just so on top of it, so aggressive, just cutting everything off as soon as he possibly could. Ate every puck. Like there was a little early. Like there were some bounces that were a little funky, and I was a little worried for the first 5 minutes, and then it immediately just all right, find the groove, and he just went. I mean, the glove saves left and right were really good. His rebound control, as I just said, he swallowed up some really, really good chances that could have led to some chaos around him that he just sort of ended. And I thought that was a criticism that you could have had on him on the last goal he gave up in Washington. Was he could have covered a puck next to the net before it got up to Chychrun, and he didn't. And I thought last night, I don't know if it was conscious or not, he was really on top of that. He froze everything he needed to. There was one I'm thinking of even specifically where Dahlin had lost a stick. It was a little scrambly, and he did a great job to sort of get a little aggressive and go chase a puck and got a whistle when he probably needed it. And that is what Luukkonen can do for you. When he's on, he's capable of looking like that. And it's really, he'll hold you in a game because I think, They play that game a few more times over, and I think Vegas comes out on top a few of those times. But Luukkonen won them that game.
Point blank saves. I mean, you mentioned like there were a lot of pucks that he froze where there are 3 Golden Knights standing around him where anything comes off him and it's going to be an amazing scoring chance for them off of that, and he didn't have it. He stopped Eichel at least 2 times with the glove, and it didn't even look hard for him.
Yep.
And that's a confidence thing they talked about after the Olympics, right? Like Connor Hellebuck, watch his glove saves. He's so calm on them. Yep. Like, oh, he's dialed in tonight. Miller made this point. Ryan Miller made this point, I think, among others. And that was Luukkonen last night. Like, I noticed him in the first period make like 2 or 3 glove saves. He's like, it's nothing. Like, oh, yeah, he's dialed in tonight.
There was one even I had in my notes that there was I think Stone on the power play maybe had it on the goal line and went to drive the net. It went off of Power or somebody, and it would have been very easy for Luukkonen to have just shot through to the middle of the ice, and Stone would have had a wide open net. But Luukkonen tracked it and followed the puck the whole way, never got ahead of the play, and just was right there on top of the puck, and Stone just put it right into his like chest. Mm-hmm. And it was that I wrote down, like, all right, that's a great sign.
Stat of the day. It is a hockey stat today. And not even Sabre related. It's kind of the year of Macklin Celebrini. Everyone learning together how good Macklin Celebrini is going to be. First overall pick a couple years ago. Not even 20 yet. And we'll see if he can propel the Sharks into the playoffs. Your stat of the day, Celebrini versus McDavid. In their first 135 games of their careers. Celebrini, 158 points. McDavid, 157 points. Mind-blowing.
Look at that.
It's absurd.
But Jack Hughes gets the Connor McDavid comparison. And the McDavid looks
no,
at
he got a Wayne Gretzky comparison.
That's right. Even crazier.
Goodness.
Was I just off on him? Or was this the consensus that he was a good first overall pick guy, but not generational? Or was he thought of as I don't remember that when he was picked.
I don't think he was thought to be
not on this level.
This is
I think this is above what he was expected to be.
This is as good as anybody since McDavid, I think.
Right.
Who's been better than him?
No, I mean clearly by points. I mean he's even better.
Yeah,
he's the same basically.
He's incredible. And he, frankly, should probably win the Hart Trophy this year.
I know, like the story. I'm never the guy to ask the Hart Trophy conversation to because if it were me, I'd just give it to McDavid every year. Right. And that's lame, right? Like he does have 20 more points than Celebrini this year.
But look at the difference in points between Celebrini and the next closest guy on the Sharks. It's ridiculous.
That's a good point.
It's like 50 points.
Yeah, he doesn't have Draisaitl. All right, when we come back. What team do we want the Sabres to play in round 1? You can, for any reason you want. What team do we want? And if you're on hold, stay there. We'll get to you when we return here on Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Luukkonen.
Yeah.
Lindy said his biggest problem with that hit, McNabb on Benson last night, was that it was late. And he also said that it was a little familiar to him. Which, when I saw him say that, I thought, oh, he is thinking of the Chris Neil, Chris Drury hit.
That's what I was thinking, too.
It's kind of the same angle.
Yeah.
It's close to the same angle, and it's about the same time from the puck's been released, 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, bam.
Right.
And you get hit pretty high, shoulder and head kind of at the same time. So I when they were reviewing it, I'm thinking, okay, it's not going to be a major, but keep it at a minor penalty. And for them to say, no, clean hit overall, I just think there were too many, but between it being a little late and some contact to the head, those two things should combine to give him a 2-minute penalty.
I agree. It was too. It feels too close to the kind of hit that they are trying to remove from the game to just to say aloud, there's no penalty on the play. Like it just doesn't look good for the league based on what they are trying to do or say they're trying to do, I should say. It's a bad look because it was late. It's as much as you might want to, defend that it wasn't too high, it wasn't that late. Like that is a vulnerable position that McNabb caught him in, and he knows it. He knows what he's doing. He knows he's getting him late, and he knows he's a smaller guy. Like, it is.
Oh yeah, he's going after him. Like he's not even his man one-on-one there. Like he's coming from the side.
That's what always to me gets me on those plays where. If you rip a shot and the guy that's covering you steps up and lays you out, all right, that you should have your head up and be aware that your guy is swinging up on you and he's going to tag you.
Mm-hmm.
But when it's your weak side defender, you've already shot the puck and you're tracking your rebound, and then you get tagged from the guy coming across on the other side, that's where it gets like, what is that? Was that
right?
Did that need to happen? Did you need to go try to do that?
It definitely didn't need to happen.
And does that sound soft? Probably, but it is dangerous, and it could have been very easy for him to catch Benson an inch higher, and Benson's out for the rest of the year. Like that. That's the kind of hit that is, and I think that's what the NHL does not really want in their game anymore.
Yep.
So I would have thought that they should have kept at least a minor penalty on that. If not, just upheld it.
down the ice. No, it's tipped by Vegas at center. That might be a break for Buffalo. Empty net chance for Norris. Scores! With 57.6 seconds to go on the strip in Vegas, the Sabres have a 2-0 lead.
Sabres royally flushed the Golden Knights overnight, shutting them out 2-0 and completing the 2-game regular season sweep. Josh Stone and Josh Norris were the goal scorers, and Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen was a brick wall, recording his first shutout of the season. They're next in action in San Jose, taking on the Sharks, continuing their road trip with puck drop set for 10 o'clock tomorrow night. The Vikings, they've signed Bills restricted free agent Ryan Vandermark to an offer sheet per NFL Network. Still a developing story there. Around the NFL, the Broncos acquired wide receiver Jalen Waddle, formerly of the Dolphins, in exchange for a 2026 first, third, and fourth round picks, which they swapped. Eagles, they've signed wide receiver Hollywood Brown, formerly of the Chiefs, to a one-year contract worth up to $6.5 million. ESPN's Adam Schefter reports free agent tight end David Njoku visited the Ravens yesterday, and the Colts have signed cornerback Cam Taylor-Britt, formerly of the Bengals, to a one-year deal. Team USA, they've dropped the ball in the World Baseball Classic, losing 3-2 to Venezuela. Last night, Venezuela gets their first title in the World Baseball Classic. Outside of Bryce Harper's 2-run home run in the 8th inning, the U.S. did not place a runner in scoring position all night. Back to spring training ahead of the MLB season. Join Chopin Bulldog live at Seneca Buffalo Creek Casino on March 19th from 3 to 7, just steps from KeyBank Center. Feel the tournament energy in the perfect location for before, after, or during the games. Score food and drink specials, big wins, and more from Seneca Buffalo Creek. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali on Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
Who's gonna win the Stanley Cup? The Buffalo Sabres. Come on, everybody, crank it up. The Buffalo Sabres. Taking each team one by one.
They're going to win the cup, huh?
Yep.
I got a poll up, and like 99% are saying, yeah, they can win the cup. Can and will, different. Fine.
Kind of different.
I mean, what if they did do it?
Oh, man.
Other than, like, pure chaos and...
Yeah,
I mean...
Going to say, you ever seen Bruce Almighty when they win the Stanley Cup?
Right,
City's
no,
burning down?
I know. It would just be euphoric because nobody would have seen it coming.
Right.
I do think when you don't see it coming, it is a lot better. No, this is not to say it would not be incredible. Obviously. It would be emotional. It would be all-time great if the Bills with Josh Allen win it in the next year, 2 years, 3 years, whatever. But because of the pent-up stress of whether they're going to do it because we think they should do it year after year after year after year, it will be more of a relief than this would be.
I totally agree.
There's no relief here. This is just... Can you believe it?
Right. Look at them. We did it.
Right.
Yeah, it
Who
would
did
be
it?
such a different.
Like, what? Wait, Ryan McLeod? Like,
Yeah.
Jack Quinn? These guys won the cup?
Yeah,
Really?
If the Bills do it, it's like, all right, when's Josh get his next one then? Like it immediately
Eventually.
like
Yeah.
not immediately, but you're right. But
Months later.
It's a relief. It's okay, finally.
Yeah.
This would be with the Sabres would be like, oh, like this.
It would just be unbelievable.
We're here now, and now, and would that not signify like, okay, well now, like how many can they do? Like,
No, there is no
This is-
after. There is. I don't. 3 seasons later, I would still be
oh yeah,
like
Of
partying
course.
during their games.
But we'd be
Or would
excited
wanna
because
be.
we go like, well, they proved it, and they're great now, and like we're back.
Yeah, like don't even care.
Right.
They could just. And I'm sure, like, that is true of the Bills, too. The Bills, it's
Sure.
how much do we care right after? But it's, maybe, I guess you don't know until you feel it. What would a Broncos fan say? The Broncos, with Elway, went a long time, and they probably got to a place where he's in his late 30s where they thought, man, it's not going to happen with this guy. We're not going to win it with John Elway. He's 37, and we haven't done it. And then when you do it, at the buzzer, that could be a different feel a different way of it being special than
I'm
it
hoping
coming
it doesn't
out of
get
nowhere.
to that point here.
No,
though.
I know.
I don't want Josh Allen to be 30,
Trust me.
34, 37, or whatever.
Trust me, I do not need that anxiety of he's 35 years old and they still haven't done it. But
I almost think that there's sort of a curve that would go on. Like that point that you're talking about is like, well, this is almost definitely over now. And now all of a sudden, like you don't even think it's possible anymore, and then it happens.
Isn't that kind of what the Sabres are doing at that point then? Like you're not thinking
closer,
it's possible.
That's what I mean. I think it's closer to that than it is to if the Bills won it next year. Because if the Bills won it next year, it's okay, they did it.
We've been expecting them to do this soon, kind of a thing.
It's a little late, but it's not like he's not done. But the Elway thing was like this is sort of the end.
Elway had not won, just for context. Like he had made the playoffs a couple of times in his 30s, but between age 31 and 37, so that's a 6-year period where he did not win a playoff game.
Right.
So you probably thought if you were in Denver,
it's over.
This is not going to happen with him, and then he won back-to-back at the very end. Yeah, right. I mean, obviously we do not want it to get that far here with the Bills, but I do think when it's come out of nowhere like this, that makes the run even more magical. And hockey is also that way because you're going to get if you go to the Cup, you're going to get 20 to 25 games over 2 months. Like it's just going to be
it's a bigger thing.
Yeah, football it's, 4 games in a month and I'm done.
Right.
Hockey playoffs are just
it's more build up.
Awesome.
It's
more bang for your buck.
Yeah, it's also it's sort of known to be harder. Like that journey to the final is always known to be like that's a war that you're going on.
We'll get back to football. Sal's coming up at 8:30. There's an offer sheet on Ryan Vandermark of the Bills from Minnesota. Who do we want the Sabres to play in round 1? And how do you approach it? Like how much of it is what gives them the best chance to win, which then you have to figure out who you think the weakest team is, versus the uniforms, the history, the feel of Buffalo and Boston or Buffalo and Ottawa or even, I don't want Columbus because how much will that really feel like the playoffs? I'm playing the Blue Jackets.
Mm-hmm.
I am caught in between a little bit, but I have an easy answer for who my favorite opponent is, for what the look of it would be, for a team that is historical, that also I think is the easiest opponent they could play. I want the Red Wings in round 1.
Mm-hmm.
I want the Red Wings in round 1. They have no history, by the way. The Sabres have not played, I think there are 4 teams in the Eastern Conference that they have never seen in the postseason. I think it's Columbus, Florida, Tampa, and Detroit. Because obviously Detroit was not in the East for a long time, and by the time they came to the East, the Sabres were already a couple of years into their playoff drought. So there's no history tying these two in the playoffs. So that would be new. But, even if you wanted, like I thought about, I want to go to a road playoff game.
Mm-hmm.
Hearing all the stories of like Jeremy and Mike going to Carolina in the conference finals in 2006, like trip to Detroit. That's not hard, right? Drive across Canada.
Mm-hmm.
Let me go to a Sabres at Red Wings playoff game. And I do care about how strong the caliber of opponent is. And I think the Red Wings right now, I also don't think they're going to make it. I think they're going to fall out. They have injuries now to their top 2 centers.
Yeah, they're being held together by duct tape.
Yeah,
they are struggling.
I don't think they're going to get to the finish line, but if they do, that is I could see the Sabres sweeping the Red Wings in round 1, and I wouldn't be surprised. So. And most of these teams, like Montreal, would just be fun, up and down the ice, offense. I think that Ottawa would be a real challenge in a long series. The Red Wings and the Bruins are close for this because I think the Sabres would do a number on Boston as well.
That's my team.
Boston?
I think I want to see Boston. Swayman is good. He's legit. But I don't know that I think they've got enough there. Like they've got 10 pulls. They've got McAvoy, Pasternak, Swayman. Other than that, like Geeky can play, he can score, like that's for sure. But I don't know if they've got enough D back there that can play. Like Zadorov is nice, but he's a bit of a a nightmare at times.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to see them going up against the Bruins. I don't think they could skate with them, and I think they would. I think they would handle the series against Boston. I also think, to your point about the uniforms and the hit, like that looks good to me.
Mm-hmm.
Boston, Buffalo, like just
a
couple of real sort of. It would be a really cool playoff series to watch.
That's the old Adams division.
Yeah.
They've met 8 times in the playoffs ever. Most of those, though, are 80s and early 90s.
Right.
We have the one series in 2010. Mm-hmm. And really, like, I guess if you're of our age, they were a rival for us. I don't think they were a true rival because I don't think Bruins fans cared a lick about the Sabres in like the early 2010s.
Yeah.
Like when Lucic runs over Miller and Chara is there, like they don't care about Buffalo. And like they were going to battle with Montreal.
Right.
Like in playoff series, deep into the years. Buffalo was just kind of like a joke.
Yeah,
I think
they were a speed bump.
But to us, I hated that team.
Oh,
Everybody, even the guys that aren't like the first ones you think of, like Chara, Lucic, and Marchand, and even Bergeron, like Adam McQuaid, and guys like that.
Yeah.
Chris Kelly down the depth chart. I mean, that one goes back to Ottawa, too.
Yep.
I mean, it was that whole roster. Sean Thornton, too, of course. Like, yeah, the Bruins would, I think, stir something up in me, even though they don't. Do they have unlikable players right now? I think we would grow to despise Zadorov.
I mean,
in
Zadorov
a
is a problem.
Yeah.
McAvoy can be edgy.
A little dirty sometimes.
He kind of is of the Dahlin archetype. Like, he's not really a banger. He's not going to really do that much, but he'll annoy you a lot.
Yeah.
He's big enough, heavy enough that he can. I don't know if they've got a bunch of hateable guys like they used to with,
Yeah, not really.
Chara, Lucic, Marchand was a pretty, like, I want to punch those guys all in the face right now. And that's probably lessened. Swayman maybe has a little bit of that. He's got a sort of cocky arrogance to him that I think rubs people the wrong way. You don't always see it because goalies don't always talk, but he can be like that. But I think the crest, you hate the crest. I hate the crest.
Yeah.
I would love to take them out.
I got to be honest. I think there's a watchability and like entertainment value, and then there's advancement value, right?
Yep.
Montreal is who I would want. The Canadiens.
That would be, I think, the most fun series.
That would be, and Dahlin making comments about how they took over the building a couple months ago. Like the playoff vibes in KeyBank Center, I think that feeds some families right there. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I don't think they would take the building over. If there's any concern about that, I think that had a lot to do with Montreal fans buying tickets to those games in October.
Right.
When the Sabres were not any good and the tickets were available and they were bought up by Canadiens fans. That's not going to be the case with playoff tickets. Like, Sabre fans are going to buy them up.
Yeah.
You'll have some Montreal fans there, no doubt. But,
of course.
But you're not going to have a third of the building with Canadiens fans the way that you did in these regular season games. I don't believe that's going to happen.
No, I don't think that they would let it happen. Like, they will probably take measures.
That, though, I don't know how they can prevent that. I mean, I guess you could do it by specific Canadian zip codes, but I heard actually Chopin Bulldog mention this yesterday a little bit, that you can't really block out all of Canada because the Sabres have a lot of fans and season ticket holders that are in Southern Ontario. I don't think the number is as big as it was pre-COVID, but you don't want to block out those people. So I think you would just have to have a lot of faith that your own crowd is going to fill it up.
And I think
which I think would happen.
I think with everything that's gone on, they have earned that out of the fan base. I think
they've had 7 postseason matchups, right? Those two teams, I want to say.
Montreal, but not Buffalo? In a long time.
But it's been like since the late '90s, right? The last time they matched up. But I mean, I think that would be 4 Montreal, 3 Sabres. So opportunity to tie the series up, right? If you're going to count that way back then. So there's some history there.
I mean, there's a couple teams too where like. Am I going too far with the Blue Jackets or even like the Islanders? It wouldn't feel the same.
Yeah,
maybe because it's our first time in 15 years they could play anybody, and that would be the case.
Yeah.
But Columbus, you'd have the Yarmo revenge factor. I'm not sure that really matters a lot.
Yeah. The Islanders the
Islanders are beatable.
Yeah.
But I want to give enough room to differentiate these teams on how beatable they are.
Mm-hmm.
I do think, even though the records are similar and the point totals are similar, like if you watch the league or you look at the numbers and you really evaluate what everybody offers, everyone's got their own challenge, right? Like the Islanders have a stud in Matthew Schaefer, who's going to be the most fun player that's played in that organization like ever.
Yeah.
And they have arguably the best goalie in hockey. Like those two things, those are challenging. But otherwise, like the rest of the team is, I should be able to beat that team.
For sure.
But what am I going to get? Like Joe mentioned the entertainment value. What am I going to get against the Islanders? Bunch of 2-1 games?
Yeah.
Probably.
They're different under Wah. Like they don't play that way anymore. They're out there.
They still don't score a lot.
They don't score a lot because I don't think they're that good. But
Yeah.
they don't play that Barry Trotz murder everything style. Like that stunk. If that was still how they play, I would be like, I don't want to see that at all. Because A, I think it might be effective against these Sabres, and B, it's just mind-numbingly horrible to watch. They now are much more like, let's go. They lean in. They got Barzal. He can play. Horvat can skate. Like, they've got a bunch of guys that can go now, and I think Watt is not exactly a reserved type of guy. So they play a little more run and gun.
He would become a villain in that series.
Oh, yeah.
Wah?
Oh, yeah.
What would the odds be on a Wah-Lindy yelling match across benches?
That would be all-time
even money.
Great. Seeing that. That would be awesome.
Yeah.
I thought we were going to get that with Cooper and
like,
Lindy when the Lightning game happened.
Right.
But.
The Blue Jackets, Blue Jackets in Ottawa. I'm leaving room for some of these teams are more challenging than others. I think Columbus and Ottawa are more challenging than Boston and Detroit. Like the numbers say that. I think maybe Columbus, it's how much faith you have in Jet Greaves, who's their young goalie.
Problem with them.
Because he is a big piece of why they've been so good this year.
Right.
And he's a rookie, right?
Yeah. Yeah, he's young. He's not been around a long time. He's a young guy. I hear the Columbus chatter. I have been guilty of like kind of rooting for them to get in because I don't think that they're as threatening in my opinion. I don't think that they've got. It's similar to the Boston thing for me. I don't think they have the guys to compete depth wise with what the Sabres have. I just think they can't ice the same up and down lineup that the Sabres would. They could match, the Tage line, and Werenski's a stud, and he'll cancel out Dahlin if, maybe even win those minutes. But I just don't think that they have the same depth of talent and ability and really, frankly, consistency at this point.
That would also be the worst jersey battle, I think.
That would
Sabres and Blue Jackets.
I can't stand the Blue Jackets look.
Their arena's dark.
It is.
Isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
The
cannon sucks, too.
I like the cannon.
Oh.
You don't like the cannon?
No.
What are they supposed to do? They've got a cannon on the logo.
Not launch a bomb in the building.
Well, it's not a real one. I mean, it's
loud.
It's fake
it's
smoke.
The same volume. It's insane.
I think I like the cannon.
I hate the cannon.
I think it adds some flair. Come on. What are we doing?
If the Sabres had a cannon in their logo for some reason, I would want them to fire off a cannon when they scored goals. They don't even have it. And you know what? I might say, get a cannon.
You might be able to make that work. You can, hold the saber out and have the cannon fire like the old military generals.
I'm into this.
We could make it happen.
Yeah, let's bring it here. Let's bring it here. Why not?
LED ice in a cannon. That's what has to happen.
Do you like the Panther scream too at the Panthers games? What are we doing?
There are some times if your team name asks for something like that, you got to give it to the people. Yeah, you're the Panthers.
No,
yes, you have to
That's
play a Panther roar after you score.
100%. Oh, it's the worst.
The same way if you're the Bills, you have to have Buffalo's stampeding when it's third down to launch the train horn. Like,
right.
There you go. You've got to do it.
There's that. Like, you can have a graphic and sound of a buffalo, but there's not an actual stampede of buffaloes in the building.
I could argue that would be awesome.
Okay.
Maybe they should do it.
Have fun with all the
Tre'Davious
manure.
White once said he wanted to ride a buffalo out of the tunnel. That would be sweet.
That would be awesome.
When he's the legend of the game now, that has to happen. To happen.
But that's what the Panthers are doing. They're not putting a real panther out there.
I understand.
anywhere.
That was, my point was about the cannon.
The cannon. I like the cannon. I don't know if I've ever met anybody that didn't like the cannon.
Anybody that plays there hates the cannon. I'll tell you that right now.
Like the players?
Yeah.
Next time a Sabres player's on the show, you got to ask him about
The
the
Blue
cannon.
Jackets don't like the cannon?
I bet half of them hate it too.
I don't believe that.
I
think they want that cannon.
See if I played with anybody that's on the Blue Jackets now.
If I scored for Columbus, I'd want to run up and launch the cannon myself. Let's go to Dominic next. What's up, Dominic?
What's up, guys? I wasn't originally going to say this, but since you guys were talking about it, I never even noticed the cannon, but I love the Panther growl. So I don't know Owen's crazy for not liking the Panther growl.
I guess, I don't know, does MSG show it? The Blue Jackets feed I know does, where right after the goal, there is a camera always on the cannon. That will show it as it's, and is it for those about to rock before they launch it?
I think so.
We salute, that's, okay.
I feel like I'm already sold. So
all right.
I'll have to pay more attention. But the reason I was originally calling was, since Owen's on a little more today, I wanted to ask about Devin Levi because he kind of just fell off the face of the earth. And he was supposed to be the next big thing to save the Sabres. Not that they need saving right now, but I remember hearing so much. And it was just he's gone.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think he was the plan was always for this year to be this for him. He was never supposed to come up and play for them this year. They knew they made a mistake rushing him in the way they did coming out of Northeastern. I say this all the time, every time somebody asks me about this. They put on a masterclass of how to ruin a young goalie's development. They put him in early when he wasn't ready, told everybody this is the guy now. And when he wasn't ready, they yanked him out and then shoved him back in without giving him any time to get ready again. They just recycled him, 3 or 4 times up and down. It's just not quite ready yet. And then they give him 20 games and call him right back up. All right, he's ready. He's the savior again. And then it would go poorly, and it was a disaster. And they finally realized this season, we've got to stop this. We're jacking this kid up. He's not learning how to be a starter. He hasn't played more than 30 games since he played in college. Let's get him some time. And so they sent him down. He's played 41 games this year, and it hasn't been great. He's a 906 in the AHL right now, which is not, not where you would like to see your guy that's supposed to step in and be a stud be. And they've brought in a guy over his head, Ellis, and they sound like they like him. Lindy yesterday with us is we like all 3 of our guys a lot. As much as Ellis hasn't been playing lately, they like him, and there's stuff to like about him. So I get it. And so Levi is in a weird spot right now. He is in make or break with this organization time. I think there's going to be a decision made this summer. Is it Ellis or Levi? And if I had to guess right now, I think they're going to stick with Ellis. And I think Levi might be on the move.
It's a good question. Dave Pagnotta from the 4th period at the deadline said that they were shopping him and that those talks would continue into the summer.
Right.
So take that for what it's worth. I'm with you that I think they will have to make a call, and I don't see Levi on this team going forward. I don't know how he fits. I am still bullish on him. I think he is still going to be a good NHL goalie. His NHL numbers are, I think, still better than people realize.
Yes.
Some of the over-expected numbers are actually pretty good. His save percentage numbers aren't very good.
No.
But if I were another team, I would be I'll take a flyer on him that he's going to realize
if I was
the
Edmonton,
potential. Yeah, sure.
I would jump on that.
Let me see. The thing that I wonder, though, about their goalies is if Luukkonen and Lyon just play well to the end, how are they not your top 2 next year? And then do I really want to keep Colton Ellis around and just go 3 goalies until Lyon is no longer under contract? Is that my plan? I guess my question would be, is their plan to do exactly what they did this year, next year, just without Levi in the equation, which he's already, for the NHL purposes, not in it? Like, you get a new AHL goalie, and Ellis continues to hang out in the NHL, only playing once a month or when guys are hurt. Is that good for his development?
No, certainly not.
He would have played
the same
like
problem Levi was having, where he wasn't playing.
Yeah, like 25 games in 2 years. Is he going to play?
It's not. That's not what you.
So what do you do?
I think if you
trade Lyon and go with the 2 young guys.
I think that this is the uncomfortable position they're in. It's why I think about goalie upgrades for them, because there's no easy out. I don't think for this, because you can't just send Ellis down. He needs waivers, and somebody's going to take him. So you can't just be like, all right, well, Ellis will be the AHL guy next year, and he'll play all the games like Levi is this year. He's not going to be able to do that. You can't get him down. So that's a problem. And Lyon, Luukkonen has always, you guys all know how I feel about him. I don't think it's a long-term consistent answer as a starter. I think he could be a fine backup maybe, but I don't need him starting 60 games for anybody. And Lyon's old. Lyon, I might see having another 2 or 3 good years left in him, but I don't know that if you're an organization that feels like you're ramping it up, that you want to bank on that being your guy. I think if that's your mindset, you're thinking, let me go get a younger guy that could be a real long-term answer. That's why I like the Wallstedt idea, which I think is going to get revisited in the summer. So like that, you want to do something there. I'm in on that.
And we'll see what the playoffs are going to decide a lot of this too.
Yes.
If Lyon looks great in the playoffs or Luukkonen, it's going to be hard to move off either one of them.
Yep.
803-0550, the phone number. Sal, when we come back on the Ryan Vandemark offer sheet that the Bills have to decide on, amongst other things, the Waddle trade and more football stuff with Sal when we come back here on WGR. I watched him last night very closely. He was tremendous last night. He and again, this is what I got to yesterday on Locked On Sabres, is his role has shifted a bit.
Right.
Like I think it's his offensive zone starts on faceoffs
never starts
is down like 7% compared to where it was a couple of years ago under Don Granato. Like he's playing under 50% offensive zone starts. Well, actually well below that. But it's down. He's playing a more defensive role.
Right.
And that's kind of been the case all year long. He also, by the way, I looked up yesterday, he's been rotating partners more than Dahlin has.
He's got a rotate. It's a revolving door next to him.
Right.
And he
does play with Byram a lot. Byram, he's played 400 minutes with this year. That might sound like a lot. You know how many minutes Samuelson and Dahlin have played together? Almost 700.
Yeah, I was going to say double that.
So he's got 280 to 300 minutes that he's playing with other guys that the top 2 guys don't really have to do. So that might sound like excuse making, but it's just a different role for him. Like he's playing a more, hey, go shut down the other team's best players and let the top guys go dominate another line. And last night, every time he was out there against Eichel, it felt like he was frustrating Eichel.
Oh, yeah.
He just was in his space the entire night.
Yeah. The Power, my experience watching Owen Power this year, early in the season, I was borderline an Owen Powers guy. Anybody that calls him Owen Powers hates him. That's just my litmus test.
Yeah.
And I was getting really frustrated watching him. He just wasn't doing anything for me. It was the defensive stuff wasn't there. The lack of physicality was is always glaring, and I didn't feel that he was transporting the puck and defending as well as he is now. What I watch him now every night, and I say 5 times to myself, wow, what a play that was. Mm-hmm. And it's never in the O zone. which, is that annoying? Do you wish the number 1 overall pick defenseman made more plays in the ozone? Sure, but he's not bad down there. But where he shines to me is in his own end, retrieving pucks and getting them out of his end. Mm-hmm. He goes back there and wheels around the net and finds a guy every time.
Yeah.
And it's one pass, boom, boom, and they are going up the ice. And it's immediately, there's no forecheck opportunity. There's no turnover opportunity. Like, it is, I'm going to find the guy that's got the best chance to get this puck over the red line. And if they have to dump it in, they got to dump it in. And if they can hold on to it, they hold on to it. And he is doing so much of that.
Down the ice, no, it's tipped by Vegas at center. That might be a break for Buffalo. Empty net chance for Norris, scores! With 57.6 seconds to go on the strip in Vegas, the Sabres have a 2-0 lead.
The Sabres royally flushed the Golden Knights overnight, shutting them out 2-0 and completing a 2-game regular season sweep. Josh Doan and Josh Norris were the goal scorers, and Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen was a brick wall, recording his first shutout of the season in net. They're next in action in San Jose, taking on the Sharks, continuing their road trip with puck drop set for 10 o'clock tomorrow night. The Vikings, they've signed Bills restricted free agent Ryan Vandemark to an offer sheet per NFL Network. Sal Capaccio joins the show up next for more. Around the NFL, the Broncos made a big move. They've acquired wide receiver Jalen Waddle, formerly of the Dolphins, in exchange for 2026 first, third, and fourth round draft picks. The Eagles signed wide receiver Hollywood Brown, formerly of the Chiefs, to a one-year deal worth up to about $6.5 million. ESPN's Adam Schefter reports free agent tight end David Njoku visited the Ravens Tuesday, and the Colts signed cornerback Cam Taylor-Britt, formerly of the Bengals, to a one-year deal. Team USA drops the ball in the World Baseball Classic, losing 3-2. Venezuela gets their first World Baseball Classic title. Outside of Bryce Harper's two-run home run in the eighth inning, the U.S. did not place a runner in scoring position all night. Back to spring training ahead of the MLB season. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali on Western New York's voice of the fans, WGR.
Sal, coming up in one moment here. We'll talk some Bills, the Ryan Vandemark offer sheet. I want to share one more Sabre stat that I just saw. They have now reached a franchise record 11-game road point streak. And they've won, I think, all but one of those. The last time the Sabres didn't get a point on the road was 2 months ago tomorrow. The game that Brandon Bussey went nuts against them in Carolina. That is the last time they didn't get a point on the road. That's insane. 803-0550, the phone number if you got a Bills thought. Sal Capaccio now on the West Her hotline. Did you stay up, Sal, for that game? It was a late one.
I did. I didn't know if I'd make it. It was good that the World Baseball Classic was on, so I could watch, that leading in, and then the Sabres game, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to try and make this work. And I thought, I don't know if it's going to. But as soon as the game starts, you're kind of invested, right? And then once you get past 10 minutes, you're like, okay, I can do the rest of the period. Then you get to the period, and it's 1-0. UPL's playing out of his mind. And you're like, okay, that's when I decided, I think I'll just, go the rest of the way, get some work done on the computer while I watch it. And I was there at the end, and then it was night time.
Yeah. How into the World Baseball Classic are you getting? I am on the edge of my seat when I'm watching USA Hockey. When you're watching the World Baseball Classic, is it the same or is it more of a casual rooting experience for you?
More casual, but last night was intense. You know what I mean? Most of the games have been more casual, just this is cool. I guess, for me it was, when it started, it's yeah, it's cool. It wasn't, I don't know, it's not Olympics. It's not the Four Nations face-off, but it got there. At least I didn't think it was initially. But then you see the pageantry. Once you kind of get into it, you see the pageantry.
Yeah.
And then when, Italy won and beat the U.S., it just became okay, this is actually bigger than I realized maybe when it started. You know what I mean?
That's how I treated it too. I wonder though if that'll be any different for me when baseball's back at the Summer Olympics in 2028.
Right, exactly. And then I thought, well, these guys, I'm watching the bench, and they were disappointed, obviously. It's they're all going to basically fly to their cities and start their season. It's not even the middle of the season. Right. They have 162 games to play, starting next week, basically. So, yeah, it was an intense game last night. But, are we going to do the thing we do with American hockey now and start? Was the team put together? Did they have enough base runners and speed and all that kind of thing we do? You know what I mean?
I didn't pick up any of that along the way.
No,
everything was overshadowed by the manager not knowing what the rules were in the middle of the
Yes, exactly. Yes.
So on the Bills, Sal, there's some things to figure out here on Ryan Vandemark, who's been offer sheeted by the Minnesota Vikings. So we do know what the number is, or it's been reported what the number is?
Interesting thing with that. So last night, when it first came out from Tom Pelissero, there were no numbers attached to it, just said an offer sheet. Shortly after that, Aaron Wilson, who covers the Texans and the NFL over in Houston, he reported it was 1 year, $4.2 million. Now I'll explain why that's, what that matters because of the Bills, what they did. But shortly after that, he kind of deleted the tweet or at least changed it and took the number out.
Okay.
So I'm wondering, but then when he did it, he also added the agency and the agents, and I'm like to me, I don't know this for sure. I just know how this kind of game is played, so to speak. And I will tell you that feels to me like he got the number and then he put it out there, and the agent's like, hey, don't put the number out there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I don't know. So he could be wrong though. But it feels like. And Aaron usually does a really good job, so it wouldn't be on him. Maybe he just was told, hey, we'd rather have the number not out there if we're going to give you the info. Anyway, so let's operate under that assumption at least.
Okay.
This 1 year, $4.2 million, and that would be about $700,000 more than the Bills offer. And the Bills gave him what's called the lowest qualifying tender offer. It's called an original round tender. The way it works in the NFL is you can only have 3 different offers you give a restricted free agent to make sure that you retain his rights. Once you give them that offer, you retain their rights, and they can sign an offer sheet. You can have a first-round tender, which would be a lot of money. That means which means that if another team takes him, you get a first-rounder back. Well, you're not doing that for Ryan Vandemark because you have to pay him $6 million. You know what I mean? You could have a second round, which I think would be $4 or $5 million. They didn't do that. They did original round. Well, guess what? He wasn't drafted. So there's no original round to get compensation. He's an undrafted free agent when he came into the league with Indianapolis. So all that does is give the Bills the right to match but not get compensation if they don't match, and they would have 5 days to do that. They would have to give him 1 year. Let's again operate on the assumption of $4.2 million to stay with them, and then he would be theirs for the year. There would be no more of this.
Okay, and if we are operating under that assumption, would we think that that would be a tough sell to spend that much, Sal, on a swing tackle? Because, well, unless you think he would play into the left guard spot, but I don't know. Hasn't he been more of the tackle for them than anything interior?
Yeah, he's a swing tackle. He's a backup tackle. He's not going to start over Deion. He's not going to start over Spencer Brown. They also have Tylan Grable, who they really like. And, Ryan Vandermark is either the 3 or the 4 tackle, but he actually had to be the guy last year because Grable was injured. And I think he had the concussion was Clayton.
Concussion.
Yeah, but he was out a lot of the year. But here's where I fall on this. I agree. I do think that's a lot of money. I don't know if you can spend $4+ million on a backup swing tackle. However, they were willing to spend 3.5 on him, and it's less than $1 million difference. So that is still significant money, but I just wonder, like, how much more, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, where are they going to, it's interesting. I don't know. Actually, Joe, I did not think they would give him the tender of 3.5 right. Because think about it. Even Alec Anderson, who probably has much easier path to start, right? A clearer path to start. They didn't even do that with him. They worked out a lower deal. Before he became a restricted free agent, they signed him to 1 year, $3 million. That, and they shaved off what would have been the tender. So when that happened, I'm like, yeah, I don't see them doing that for Ryan Vandermark then. Maybe they worked and they tried, very well could have tried to say, let's lower it. And Vandy may have known, hey, no, I'm going to get something for another team here because I can go start somewhere. If the Vikings see him as a starter, it's clearly a good move for them, right? I mean, but I just wonder what the Bills do here. They have 5 days to match. If they do not match, he will go to Minnesota. He can't sign an offer sheet anywhere else. He'll be their player. The Bills would not get compensation from the Vikings, nor would they get draft pick compensation in the comp pick formula because of him being an RFA.
The other two things I think about here are, one, you mentioned how much they like Tylan Grable, who I remember, like, in the summer, he was ahead of Vandermark, it seemed, as that swing tackle, but
he was 2 years ago, Joe. He actually was
too, right.
the guy, remember? Like, that's right. Vandermark was actually inactive for a few games.
That's right. Joe Marino mentioned that earlier with us, too. The year prior, he was that guy. So there's him. Like, could they think about him as competition for Alec Anderson to start at guard? Because if he were in that equation, then you would need a swing tackle. But also, I wonder, Sal, like, would the Bills think, well, if Minnesota's got a starting job for you, like, do we really want to block Vandermark from having an opportunity like that? I guess that would be part of the process here as well.
Yeah, and maybe that's been conveyed. Who knows? But, the Bills have to operate under what's best for them, right? We know that. They're going to do what's best for them. But sure, I mean, if he has an opportunity to start there and they've conveyed, like, hey, we really rather not match, it doesn't mean the Bills don't have to, but you have those conversations. What the Bills also could do is, people have suggested this, and I think this happened a few years ago, right? Was it Ryan Bates? They may have done this with Chicago where they literally matched it and then traded him. Was that it? I can't remember.
I think that is what happened. I'll look. Yeah.
And you could do that. You can't just trade his rights right now to do that. Like, you'd have to match it first, then trade him. You know what I mean? And then he'd be on your books. Right now, Ryan Vandermark's counting on 2 different salary caps, by the way, because of this, right? Which guys do when you release them, but you have to have room. He's Bills, you know that, for 3.5, and then the Vikings have to have him count on their cap right now while they're doing this. So, that's why you have to get a resolution here within a week on what to do. You're asking me about, like, the swing guard, swing tackle. I think Tylan Grable could play guard much more than Ryan Vandermark could play guard. I think they like Tylan Grable at tackle, but you have to remember Chase Lunt figures into this. Joe, they liked Chase Lunt so much last year. He never got into a game, but they never, released him because they thought, hey, someone's going to pick him up if we do that. He was inactive the whole year until he was put on IR at the end of the year. So I wonder where he slots in, and he can also play both tackle and guard.
Bates, you were on it with what happened there. The Bills matched his offer sheet, which, by the way, was a 4-year deal. That's different than what Vandermark has here. But it was matched by the Bills, and then they traded him to Chicago for a 5th. So it was almost like a sign and trade, kind of.
Right. Yeah, that's right. And again, the report from Aaron Wilson originally was 1 year, 4.2. It might not be correct. Maybe he does have a multi-year deal on the table from the Vikings that we don't know about. That hasn't come out yet, but that was the original report. I'm going to go on that assumption right now that is the case, but that is obviously more than what the Bills are offering. And if he were to walk, then the Bills would save that money on the cap. Like I said, he's counting on the Bills cap right now. If he were to go to Minnesota and the Bills said, okay, we're going to do that, that would free up essentially $3.5 million on the Bills cap immediately.
Right. Last thing for you, Sal, the Jalen Waddle trade yesterday, like Miami's very clearly tearing it down, so I don't think it's stunning that they moved him. But he went for a lot, right? Like the pick swap later, but it's a first and a third. And the contract's actually very similar to DJ Moore. I think it's 1 year less is the big difference. But does that trade for you make the compensation on the Moore trade look better?
Yeah, I didn't love the compensation on the Moore trade, giving up the second, but I think now the longer we get past that, it looks a little bit more palatable. The reporting was the Bills had the best offer on the table, and that was the deal that happened with, and they didn't do it, and they kind of, maybe last minute, so to speak, were some of the stuff that was going on there. But either way, the Bills find their way to DJ Moore for a second. You're like, ooh, that's quite a price to pay. Now, a couple weeks later, Waddle goes for a first and a third. He's a year younger. He is smaller and more banged up. Now, you made the point earlier. You're right. He doesn't miss a lot of games, but he's banged up quite a bit. It feels like he's kind of always a guy that you're wondering if he's going to play the whole season. And I'm not saying that that's a reason why you wouldn't want this player. He's a really good player. I agree with that. But yes, to answer your question, I think it makes the DJ Moore compensation look a little better than maybe initially what people thought about what the Bills gave up.
All right. Sal Capaccio, Extra Point Show tomorrow at Hartman's. Doors open at 10, right?
It does, yeah. So today, I'm actually going to, the plan is, as long as everything goes all right, we're going to find out here in a little while. Plan is today, I'm going to do the Extra Point Show from the arena, from the floor maybe,
nice.
Right during some of the basketball practice sessions, Joe. So that'll be funny. When they get on the floor, you're going to hear some basketballs in the background, not
all right.
hockey boards and pucks, right, which with Paul. So that's the plan today, and the teams are practicing today. Brian Hodgson, USF, native homecoming for him. They're on the floor at 11 o'clock. It is an open practice today, starting at 11 o'clock all the way through. If anybody is listening, wants to go down to the arena today, watch some great college basketball players and shooting around, it's not going to be like it's for the fans. It's an open practice for the fans. They're not going through strategy, and you're not going to do that for the fans. They're going to have shoot-arounds and things like that. And then tomorrow, yes, Hartman's at 10 a.m., they're going to have drink specials. They're opening at 10 a.m., free parking. It's not far from the arena. It's going to be a fun week in Buffalo weekend.
All right. Thanks, Sal.
You got it.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. Stop by Hartman's. Yeah, stop by the arena as well. All right. Paul coming up at 9. We'll talk more about the Sabres and last night's win over Vegas. All ahead here on WGR. What's left on the defense for you, Joe? Like, linebacker, do you think they're going to do something before the draft of significance? Like, Sal's been talking about the idea that maybe they just like Dorian Williams a lot for this type of defense. So I don't know. Like, what does that sound like to you? The idea that Dorian Williams could be an option for them as a down-to-down starter.
Yeah, I'm excited for that. I think this downhill nature of the defense with Dorian Williams, that's what he does, man. He's fast, physical, plays downhill. I think this would be perfect for him. That's honestly the guy I find myself less concerned with. To me, I need to know what's up with Terrell Bernard. The guy played hurt, it felt like, all last season. And, what's his recovery look like? What's the plan, right? There's no – his guys aren't with him anymore. There's no McDermott. There's no Babbage that love Terrell Bernard, right? And I think there's going to be so much transition. They got rid of Taron Johnson. I don't think Milano or Trey White or Jordan Poyer or Jordan Phillips or these type of guys are going to be back, right? So I wonder, what support level he has from this coaching staff. Now, the challenge is that the Bills are committed. It's year one of a 4-year extension. There's no getting out of this deal right now. And so can you make it work? That's where I find myself really, really interested and concerned and curious. And so I'm excited about Dorian Williams. I think he should be a starter. It's the Terrell Bernard layer to this. And then, they're probably rostering 4 off-the-ball linebackers. And, Williams, Bernard, Joe Andreessen, I think, is a really good fit for this style of defense. And so I do think you need to make a meaningful investment. But I also think there's probably more comfort than maybe we think in Dorian Williams. And then there's a salvaging of this Terrell Bernard situation that I hope turns into a good story. But right now it doesn't feel good coming out of the last season and the scheme shift and the injuries that Terrell Bernard just seemingly always has.
That's the
Luukkonen
story.
was the story. Luukkonen was unbelievable in this hockey game last night.
Yeah, that is like the peak of what Luukkonen is sort of capable of. He was just so on top of it, so aggressive, just cutting everything off as soon as he possibly could. Ate every puck. Like there was a little early. Like there were some bounces that were a little funky, and I was a little worried for the first 5 minutes, and then it immediately just like, all right, find the groove, and he just went. I mean, the glove saves left and right were really good. His rebound control, as I just said, like he swallowed up some really, really good chances that could have led to some chaos around him that he just sort of ended. And I thought that was a criticism that you could have had on him on the last goal he gave up in Washington. Was he could have covered a puck next to the net before it got up to Chychrun, and he didn't. And I thought last night, I don't know if it was conscious or not, he was really on top of that. He froze everything he needed to. There was one I'm thinking of even specifically where Dahlin had lost a stick. It was a little scrambly, and he did a great job to sort of get a little aggressive and go chase a puck and got a whistle when he probably needed it. And like that is what Luukkonen can do for you. When he's on, he's capable of looking like that, and it's really, he'll hold you in a game because I think, they play that game a few more times over, and I think Vegas comes out on top a few of those times. But Luukkonen won them that game.
Point blank saves. I mean, you mentioned like there were a lot of pucks that he froze where there were 3 Golden Knights standing around him where anything comes off him, and it's going to be an amazing scoring chance for them off of that, and he didn't have it. He stopped Eichel at least 2 times with the glove, and it didn't even look hard for him.
Yep.
And that's a confidence thing they talked about after the Olympics, right? Like Connor Hellebuck, watch his glove saves. He's so calm on them. Yep. Like, oh, he's dialed in tonight. Miller made this point. Ryan Miller made this point, I think, among others. And that was Luukkonen last night. Like, I noticed him in the first period make like 2 or 3 glove saves. He's like, it's nothing. Like, oh, yeah, he's dialed in tonight.
There was one even I had in my notes that there was I think Stone on the power play maybe had it on the goal line and went to drive the net. It went off of Power or somebody, and it would have been very easy for Luukkonen to have just shot through to the middle of the ice, and Stone would have had a wide open net. But Luukkonen tracked it and followed the puck the whole way, never got ahead of the play, and just was right there on top of the puck, and Stone just put it right into his like chest. And it was that I wrote down, like, all right, that's a great sign.
We were just talking about the tournament tomorrow in Buffalo. So I'm going to the night session. And I think ducking out of that second game is going to have to happen. But it's going to depend, right? Like, that's supposed to be the good game that we get tomorrow night. 1 versus 16. It would be pretty cool for a 16 upsetting a 1. But, I mean, what's the spread? Howard University, or who won last night in the play-in? I don't even know. That we get tomorrow. I don't even know what I'm going to see tomorrow. Howard won, the Bison. They're going to be like a 30-point underdog, 20-point underdog. Tournament starts tomorrow. Get the brackets in. Paul, when we come back on the Sabres win over the Golden Knights, next here on WGR. I watched him last night very closely. He was tremendous last night. He and again, this is what I got to yesterday on Locked On Sabres, is his role has shifted a bit.
Right.
Like his I think it's his offensive zone starts on faceoffs
never starts
is down like 7% compared to where it was a couple of years ago under Don Granato. Like he's playing under 50% offensive zone starts. Well, actually, well below that, but it's down. He's playing a more defensive role,
right?
And that's kind of been the case all year long. He also, by the way, I looked up yesterday. He's been rotating partners more than Dahlin has.
He's got a rotate. It's a revolving door next to him,
right? Like,
and he
does play with Byram a lot. Byram, he's played 400 minutes with this year. That might sound like a lot. You know how many minutes Samuelson and Dahlin have played together? Almost 700.
Yeah, I was gonna say like double that.
So he's got like 280 to 300 minutes that he's playing with other guys that the top two guys don't really have to do. So that might sound like excuse making, but it's just a different role for him. Like he's playing a more, hey, go shut down the other team's best players and let the top guys go dominate another line. And last night, every time he was out there against Eichel, it felt like he was frustrating Eichel.
Oh, yeah.
He just was in his space the entire night.
Yeah. The Power, my experience watching Owen Power this year, early in the season, I was like borderline an Owen Powers guy. Like anybody that calls him Owen Powers hates him. Like that's just my litmus test.
Yeah.
And I was getting really frustrated watching him. He just wasn't doing anything for me. It was the defensive stuff wasn't there. The lack of physicality was is always glaring, and I didn't feel that he was transporting the puck and defending as well as he is now. What I watch him now every night, and I say 5 times to myself, like, wow, what a play that was. Mm-hmm. And it's never in the O-zone, which, is that annoying? Do you wish the number 1 overall pick defenseman made more plays in the O-zone? Sure, but he's not bad down there. But where he shines, to me, is in his own end, retrieving pucks and getting them out of his end. Mm-hmm. He goes back there and it wheels around the net and finds a guy every time.
Yeah.
And it's one pass, boom, boom, and they are going up the ice. And it's immediately, there's no forecheck opportunity. There is no turnover opportunity. Like, it is, I'm going to find the guy that's got the best chance to get this puck over the red line. And if they have to dump it in, they got to dump it in. And if they can hold on to it, they hold on to it. And he is doing so much of that.
down the ice. No, it's tipped by Vegas at center. That might be a break for Buffalo. Empty net chance for Norris. Scores! With 57.6 seconds to go on the Strip in Vegas, the Sabres have a 2-0 lead.
The Sabres royally flushed the Golden Knights overnight, shutting them out 2-0 and completing a 2-game regular season sweep. Josh Doan and Josh Norris were the goal scorers, and Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen was a brick wall in net, recording his first shutout of the season. They're next in action in San Jose, taking on the Sharks. Puck drop set for 10 o'clock tomorrow night. The Vikings sign Bills RFA Ryan Vandemark to an offer sheet per NFL Network, so some details still awaiting there. Around the NFL, the Broncos acquired wide receiver Jalen Waddle yesterday, formerly of the Dolphins, in exchange for a 2026 first, third, and fourth-round pick swap. The Eagles signed wide receiver Hollywood Brown, formerly of the Chiefs, to a one-year contract worth up to $6.5 million. ESPN's Adam Schefter reports free agent tight end David Njoku visited with the Ravens yesterday, and the Colts signed cornerback Cam Taylor-Britt, formerly of the Bengals, to a one-year deal. Team USA drops the ball in the World Baseball Classic, losing 3-2. Venezuela gets their first World Baseball Classic title. Outside of Bryce Harper's 2-run home run in the 8th inning, the U.S. did not place a runner in scoring position all night. Back to spring training ahead of the MLB season. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Kelly on Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
Good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Maybe you're just waking up because you stayed up late for the Sabres and Golden Knights last night. 2-0, a Luukkonen shutout. Paul Hamilton joins the show now on last night's game from still in Vegas, Paul?
Yeah, well, I'm just waking up. I wound up with a 21-hour day yesterday, so
right.
I was in line for security in Buffalo at 4:30 in the morning. And by the time we get done with the game and everything, it was 21 hours.
Yeah, but Paul with the lamest 21-hour day anyone's ever had in Vegas. No, just kidding. I mean, you got to win. You got to win out of it. A good hockey game. So, anyways, on last night's game, Paul, uneventful? Would you call it? Like if someone's just waking up and didn't see the game, or woke up early and didn't see the game, what did they really miss? We got a big hit in the game that is a little controversial, and I know Ruff talked about that. Dahlin did. And otherwise, like the two goals were a bank shot and an empty netter.
I enjoyed that game. That wasn't your typical 1-0 game, which it was for the whole game until the empty netter. There were a lot of chances. I thought both teams were skating very well. Luukkonen stood on his head at times, made some great saves. Both goaltenders made some good saves. The difference was this. The Golden Knights made Luukkonen make saves. The Sabres let Hill watch them pass the puck around. And that was the difference. They both had great chances. But the Sabres had numerous 2-on-1s, which they were using their speed to get these 2-on-1s. And I think there were two of them where somebody shot, and it was the same guy. It was Kozak both times. He's the only one that shot on 2-on-1s. They passed every single time, and just gave away glorious scoring opportunities to do it. Ostlund in particular. I mean, he's coming right down Main Street. He could have gone in deked. He could have gone in and done anything he wanted to. And by the way, that was a great play by Metza. Metza realized that the Golden Knights were changing and got a stretch pass up to Ostlund, and he basically sent him in. But Ostlund decided, well, that's Tage Thompson over there. Mm-hmm. He's got two guys hanging all over him, but you know what? I better pass the puck to Tage Thompson instead of shooting. Now, Ostlund has scored some goals this year. And, I mean, that was the one where I go, oh, come on, guys. Mm-hmm. And they did it all night. And so really, Aiden Hill, who did make some great saves too, but for the most part got to see the Sabres stand in front of him on 2-on-1s and try to pass to covered guys and pass up golden opportunities. The Sabres easily could have had a 3-0 lead or more, if they wanted to. But I really enjoyed that game. It wasn't like let's clog the neutral zone and it's 1-0 and type of a thing. And Vegas had some great chances. Lukin really was on top of his game. He was out on the crease. He was fighting for his ice. He made save after save when he had to. He's played a bunch of games as a Buffalo Sabre, but if he's played a better one, I can't remember it.
Yeah, a lot of the numbers show like that's one of his best games of his entire career as well, and a shutout deserved. I mean, he had some point-blank saves, Paul, where there was one with Eichel where he gloved it and made it look like it was a soft wrister from the point. Like, he just felt like he had a confidence last night that every puck he was seeing and was going to stop.
I actually was just finishing up when Jack Eichel stopped. He was walking out. We actually sat and chatted for a bit, and that was the thing he was talking. He goes, this one of the things he's noted with the Sabres this year is the great goaltending that they've gotten, from both goaltenders. But I could tell he was a little bit frustrated with the goaltending. I would say that if you're a Golden Knights fan, you might say you got goalied. And Doriev, he had chance after chance after chance, and I mean we're talking about a 34 goal scorer here, and he was shaking his head by the end of the night. Lukin just he saved his best saves of the game against him.
Yeah, on the whole season, Lukinen's had, Paul, and the goaltending overall. Like earlier, we were talking about what is the thing about this team that would stop them from winning the Cup? Like, they could lose to anybody. Anybody could lose to Tampa or Carolina. But what's the thing about them you'd be most worried about? And I feel like goaltending often comes up for that just because these two don't have a long history of this type of play, especially in the playoffs. But neither Luukkonen or Lyon are giving, I think, fans any reason to believe that the playoffs are going to start and suddenly they're just going to – a switch is going to flip and they're going to not be the guys that they've been all year. I think there's plenty of reason to be confident that both guys are going to continue to play this way.
Yeah, then they have, and that's why I know you've asked me and everybody asked me, well, who's going to be the goaltender in the playoffs? And I said, if nothing changes, just go take the schedule and go Lyon, Luukkonen, and wherever you get at the end of the season is who's starting in the playoffs. Now, if they clinch a spot, I imagine Ellis would get a start or two in there just to get him in a couple of games, which would, screw up that rotation a little bit. But and rotating goalies usually does not work in the playoffs, but I don't know why Lindy Ruff would go against it if it keeps going like this. I mean, now Luukkonen did say, and he always says, I don't think he's completely enthralled by this. Because he says, I want to play as much as I can. Mm-hmm. But he also, the question I had asked him is, does he like the fact that he knows exactly when he's playing and he knows he's pretty much going to play. So now he knows, all right, we'll see you in Los Angeles. And he can prepare for that. And he doesn't have to back up the next game because Ellis is back. So Ellis he plays the backup role every game. So Luukkonen and Lyon loves that. He loves the fact that he doesn't have to dress as the backup because he gets in the gym. He really gets himself more mentally focused on the next game. Mm-hmm. Actually, while the game's going on, he's in the gym, working out and doing the things he thinks are necessary to get himself ready for the Sharks game. So, I think Luukkonen would like to play more, but I can just see it on their faces. Like when I go in there after a practice, they're laughing, they're talking. Nobody's down and out. Like, I'm going to be I'm not going to say anything, but I'd love to play, and I'm not playing. And, you can tell, they're loose. So it's not like he hates it, but he would like to play more if he could. But he also he said there's some advantages to this too.
Paul Hamilton with us on the Wester Hotline. Paul, the lineup last night, so there was no Tuck and Samuelson is back in. The third pair, we got our first look really extensively at Metsä and Stanley together, and it seemed like it went pretty well. You mentioned the pass Metsä made earlier. Like he made a bunch of good plays, and I don't know, I thought Stanley maybe had his best game playing with him.
That's what I think. I don't know if I was with you or who I was talking with, but I was saying, Metsä to my mind, he's their number 5 defenseman. He has to start playing every game because he's earned it. And then you mix in whatever. And I thought Stanley and Metsä might be a good pair because Stanley has the tendency to turn the puck over sometimes. And I think Metsä, being paired with Metsä, he can be there for his defensive partner. And I don't think Stanley turned it over all that much in last night's game. I thought they played well together as a pair. I think that should probably be the third pair. And they should maybe leave it alone and let those two, do their thing. And if you have an injury, then you bring in Kesselring or whoever you might bring in. But I thought as a third pair they play pretty well. And Lindy Ruff thought so too because they were on the ice late in the game together. I mean, a lot of the time the third pair is bolted to the bench by that time. Mm-hmm. But the two of them were out there late in the game, so Lindy Ruff must have liked what he had seen.
Do you think it's a problem, Paul, or makes it harder for Metsä to be in the lineup every night because he isn't being used on the penalty kill? Like it's 90 seconds or 97 seconds, I think, is all he's played on it all year. But I guess that could mean we don't even know if he can't do it. Just Lindy, for whatever reason, hasn't really thrown him out there for it.
Because Lindy Ruff likes the 4 guys he's got out there that he normally uses, and he throws Stanley out there every now and then to kill too. But he basically has the top 4 guys who do the penalty killing. I asked him in pregame yesterday if he would be, because he mentioned the 4 guys that are there. But I said, would you use Mets on the penalty kill if you had to? He goes, I absolutely would. He goes, he practices it a lot here, as I'm sure you've noticed. And he said, I have no qualms at all of putting him out there. It's just what they have been doing has been working. So he hasn't put him out there. But to answer that question, and there would be no reason why Lindy Ruff would be afraid to put him out there. It's just the penalty kill has been good all year, and he likes the 4 guys that he puts out there.
Paul Hamilton with us. Paul, what did you think of the hit last night? Braden McNabb on Zach Benson, and what's the Sabres had? Like, Lindy maybe pointed to it being a little late, right? And was that maybe their biggest problem? I know he also hit him a little high, but it felt like, was it 1 click later than a lot of those guys would have liked?
Yeah, and that's what Darlene was frustrated about. He said that the referee told him it wasn't late enough. And well, did he tell you what late enough is?
Right.
No. I mean, I didn't realize when I opened my rule book it says, if the hit isn't late enough, it's not an illegal check. It's like, well, what, are we holding a stopwatch here or what? Huh? I didn't understand it. Well, I should understand because who are we dealing with here? We're dealing with the National Hockey League. And it's the goofy way they police their game. And I don't know what to tell you. I think that's a major penalty. I'm sorry. And at least they called it a major penalty to start so they could review it. But to say that's not a penalty at all, you just embarrassed your game. I mean, that's just and Carrick's was a penalty too a little bit before that. Carrick didn't have intent to do that. He didn't mean to do that. He got off balance. But at the end of the day, he wound up doing it, and it's a minor penalty, and he deserved a minor boarding penalty for that. But this one, I just don't understand. I mean, both should have been penalties, and I just don't get at all how. I would be saying this even if it was a minor penalty. That, well, no, it should be a major penalty. I'm sorry, and good to see Ostlund show up right away. I mean, I don't think Ostlund is in any way, shape, or form going to beat McNabb in a fight, but he was there immediately, and Tage Thompson was right behind him.
They've really proven though this year, Paul, that really, I don't think people even really care about how you do once you're in that scrum. It's just about showing up, and that's twice now that Ostlund, who's a rookie and maybe the lightest player on the team, he's got no hesitation. He's getting right in.
That's what I said last year when that thing happened with Thompson, and the thing that I think actually has turned this franchise around, this group of players. It doesn't matter who. Yuri Kulik got off the hook last year. It happened right in front of him, and he saw it. and nobody ever mentions him. It's like as a guy that didn't show up last year for that. And, he's just as young as Ostland is now, actually younger. And Rob Ray always tells me this. He goes, look, you're not going to get hurt. Just get in there and get the guy close to you. He goes, if you pull him into you, he's not going to be able to throw haymakers on you. He goes, chances are pretty good you're not going to get hurt. Just get in there, show up, show your teammates you're going to be there for them. And if you don't, get yourself apart from him a little bit where he can start throwing haymakers, you're going to be just fine.
Right. McNabb, by the way, does end up on the ice. Like, Osselin and Dahlin do get him there. So if you do care about how they did, like, you did throw him down to the ice after that happened. Benson, by the way, was fine, right? Did he miss a shift?
Yeah, just a bit. He just said that he was just a little bit shaken up more than anything. It wasn't a concussion type thing or anything like that. So it didn't take too long. It was a TV timeout. He went out and took a twirl on the ice and then took his next shift.
What about Tuck? Is this like a maintenance thing, Paul? I mean, we were kind of guessing, right, with Lindy at the end of the season.
No, he's sick.
Or he's sick. Okay, so it isn't even anything to worry about on
No, it has nothing to do with his injury. Lindy Ruff said that. It's he was sick, so they didn't bring him to the morning skate at that point.
Okay.
When we talked to Lindy at the morning skate, he said, we'll see where it goes, and we knew Kozak was going to go in for him if he wasn't ready to go. So, but no, it was illness, only illness, the reason he was not in the lineup.
By the way, now that you've seen Vegas twice, Paul, that division, Vegas had this long streak of not beating any teams that were in playoff spots, like, for months and months, and they've just never been stressed. Like, that division might go down as one of the worst we've ever seen. Like, the division winner might end up playing a wild card team that has more points than them in the first round.
Well, coming into the game, Vegas had only had lost 6 out of 9 games, and they were still 1 point out of first place.
Right.
It was like they're 1 point out of first place, and Edmonton came in 2 points out of first place. So it was just a weird setup so far that they've been losing lately. They had won their last 2, but they had lost 6 out of 9, and yet still they were right there to try to win a division. So that the Sabres, far and away, if they were in that division and had as many points as they have now, would be basically running away with it. We'd be talking about magic numbers right now.
Right.
And by the way, the Sabres have, as you know, tied in points for first place in the Eastern Conference.
Carolina.
They're not there in points percentage, but that win got them up there.
It's incredible that you can open up the standings this morning and they are tied for first place. I mean, I said this earlier, Paul, if their injuries had not happened, in the fall, and you get 3 more wins, like, you could be looking at the President's Trophy race.
Yeah, injuries are certainly a part of it, but there were other things too. But yeah, around Thanksgiving time, they were last in the conference, and I have to go back and look. I don't know if they actually made last in the NHL. I think they might have made second last.
Okay.
At some point, I'd have to go back and look it up. I'm not, but I don't know if
I think you're right.
If they can pull the St. Louis Blues, who were last in the NHL in January, not November, and won the Stanley Cup that year.
Yeah, we've talked about it with you too, but like, what is the thing that would stop them from winning the Cup? Like, there have been Sabre teams in the past where they didn't have enough offensive punch, and like maybe in 2007 you could have said you didn't think they were big enough and mean enough. Like, what is the thing about this team that I should be looking at? And like, that's what they got to be better at to go on a deep run. I don't know if there is a thing. Maybe there isn't.
Well, for the most part, they've cut the turnovers. They've cropped up the past week or so, but still, they've only lost 1 game.
Right.
Through this little stretch where they're turning the puck over. And they're still, and it was a game that they lost 1:33 left in regulation to Washington. And Luukkonen played really well on that game too, and set himself up to play even better in this game. But I mean, think about it. In Luukkonen's last 2 starts, his team only has scored 1 goal, other than the empty netter for him, which is kind of weird because this team, as we know, knows how to score goals. They've gone up the goal for standings in the National Hockey League, and we know they know how to score goals, as they scored 8 the other night against Tampa to win a hockey game. But even when Buffalo only scored 1 goal with a goalie in net in the last, against Washington, they lost 2-1, and this one, they held a 1-0 lead for most of this game. Doan scored at 18:02 of the first period, and they went 41 minutes of defending a 1-goal lead. And when you get great goaltending, and as I think they did defend well, I think they could have had more, as I mentioned, more goals themselves. But when they made a mistake, their goaltender was there to bail them out.
Right. Yeah, you're right, by the way. 3rd in the league in goals now after last night. All right, Paul. Iowa State, you're excited? You're optimistic?
Yeah, that game in the Big 12 semifinals against Arizona made me very optimistic. I mean, the MVP of the Big 12 had to beat him on a last-second shot that was extremely well covered. And what are you going to do? It's the best player in the Big 12 to beat you. So, and you lost the game. The shots that both teams made down the stretch that neither team could miss, but it just showed me that that's the number 2 team in the nation, and you were right there with them at the end. So if you play like that, who knows what can happen for you?
Tennessee State doesn't have a guy like that, we don't think? I'm not sure. All I know is they're a 24-point favorite, so you should be pretty
Joe,
confident.
I had that 21-hour day, and I didn't get a chance to scout Tennessee State.
All right, tomorrow then. Tomorrow.
I haven't done my scouting on them yet, so.
All right, we'll call you tomorrow for a Tennessee State scouting report. Thanks, Paul.
Take care.
Paul Hamilton on the Western Hotline. The Sabres win in Vegas. They are next in action tomorrow night, late again, 10 o'clock in San Jose against Macklin Celebrini. And then it's Saturday at 4 against LA before a Sunday night game as well. Do we know all the teams that are in the tournament? Have you filled your brackets out yet?
I have not yet.
Will you not fill out a bracket?
I will have to do that today, actually. I thank you for reminding me. I am admittedly not a college basketball savant. I don't know anything about it.
And you still could very well win every bracket pool that you're in.
I've come close 4 or 5 times to winning all the stuff. I've never won one that I'm in, but
I've got 3 to hammer out after the show.
3 brackets?
Yeah.
Will you do the same bracket 3 times, or you will change them all
I'm not a believer in that. Why would you do 3 if you're just going to do the same one? I get it. You might believe in that. I'll do an underdog bracket. I'll do one that I actually believe could happen depending on the matchup, and then I might do a chalk bracket depending on what's going on there.
Here's why I do the same bracket. I will usually plug the same bracket into whatever pool I'm in. Okay. I will then have a clear rooting interest in every single game. If I have, in the tomorrow is St. Louis and Georgia. If in 2 brackets I pick Georgia and in 3 I pick St. Louis, then I really don't care who won.
Right.
Whereas if I have 4 brackets and they're all Georgia, then
Joe,
I know who I'm rooting for. I'm rooting for the Bulldogs.
If you have a bracket with both teams, though, you never lose.
Exactly.
That's lame.
Exactly. It's an emotional hedge bracket. I guess that's one of them.
I'm not an emotional hedger.
No, I'm
not. I'm all in.
I can't do it.
All or nothing for me. All right, the tournament starts. The real tournament. You got the first 4 here, but the real tournament gets rolling tomorrow. The tournament where people are turning it on during their work shifts. That's tomorrow I think the first game is at 12:15. TCU and Ohio State. But you do have 2 more games tonight. Miami, Ohio tonight against SMU. That's the. I am into that game. Just because of the Miami, Ohio story, they didn't lose all year. They did in the first round of the MAC tournament to UMass. And then they do get in, but as a play-in, I'll be interested to see them and hopefully win that game tonight. 803-0550 is the phone number. Why can't the Sabres win the Cup? Anybody want to give me a good reason why they can't do it? I think most believe that they can do it.
I'll tell you why you're wrong if you try. How about that?
Come on, try and fight Owen with it. 803-0550 is the phone number here on WGR. I watched him last night very closely. He was tremendous last night. He and again, this is what I got to yesterday on Locked On Sabres is his role has shifted a bit.
Right.
Like I think it's his offensive zone starts on faceoffs
never starts
is down like 7% compared to where it was a couple of years ago under Don Granato. Like he's playing under 50% offensive zone starts. Well, actually well below that. But it's down. He's playing a more defensive role.
Right.
And that's kind of been the case all year long. He also, by the way, I looked up yesterday, he's been rotating partners more than Dahlin has.
He's got a rotate. It's a revolving door next to him.
Right.
And he
does play with Byram a lot. Byram, he's played 400 minutes with this year. That might sound like a lot. You know how many minutes Samuelson and Dahlin have played together? Almost 700.
Yeah, I was going to say double that.
So he's got 280 to 300 minutes that he's playing with other guys that the top two guys don't really have to do. So that might sound like excuse making, but it's just a different role for him. Like he's playing a more, hey, go shut down the other team's best players and let the top guys go dominate another line. And last night, every time he was out there against Eichel, it felt like he was frustrating Eichel.
Oh, yeah.
He just was in his space the entire night.
Yeah. The Power, my experience watching Owen Power this year, early in the season, I was borderline an Owen Powers guy. Anybody that calls him Owen Powers hates him. That's just my litmus test.
Yeah.
And I was getting really frustrated watching him. He just wasn't doing anything for me. It was the defensive stuff wasn't there. The lack of physicality was is always glaring, and I didn't feel that he was transporting the puck and defending as well as he is now. What I watch him now every night, and I say 5 times to myself, wow, what a play that was. Mm-hmm. And it's never in the O-zone, which, is that annoying? Do you wish the number 1 overall pick defenseman made more plays in the O-zone? Sure, but he's not bad down there. But where he shines, to me, is in his own end, retrieving pucks and getting them out of his end. Mm-hmm. He goes back there and wheels around the net and finds a guy every time.
Yeah.
And it's one pass, boom, boom, and they are going up the ice. And it's immediately, there's no forecheck opportunity. There is no turnover opportunity. It is, I'm going to find the guy that's got the best chance to get this puck over the red line. And if they have to dump it in, they got to dump it in. And if they can hold on to it, they hold on to it. And he is doing so much of that.
I think that's just the growth we kind of have had this season. That comes with winning, I feel like. We've been throwing away so many games before in the similar situations where we kind of do something stupid. And even personally for me, just kind of finding the confidence, kind of finding the calmness to play in these situations, has been kind of point of growth for me.
Luukkonen, last night's star, shutout of the Golden Knights. Paul mentioned that Luukkonen does like not having to back up when he's not the guy. And they can do, or Lyon does, because you can do more in the gym. A perfect time for as a goalie. Owen, what are they really getting out of not having to back up because Colton Ellis is available?
Well, it's instead of having to sit on a cold bench for 3 hours in your gear, you can go get on the bike and get your legs going a little bit and do sort of a preparatory workout. Like we would often, when I was playing junior, on the Thursday before we would get on the bus, we'd do like a 45-minute lift, almost a little bit of yoga, sort of really get your blood flowing, and some light sort of weightlifting to just activate. And it makes a real big difference. It really does, like to your body. When you're at that level of athlete, where your body is that much of a machine, having time to work on it and prepare it in a specific way is a big advantage. So especially for a veteran guy like Lyon, who likely at this point in his career understands what he needs to do to find success, what makes him feel good, what's going to work for him, that is a massive asset to have. And that's, Luukkonen mentioned it as a great clip. Like, a big part of development as a goalie, which takes way longer, is learning how to extract your A game as consistently as you can. Every goalie that gets to even the level that I got to, playing junior hockey, North American League, like, D1 college, sort of borderline NHL, like that kind of echelon, you are capable of playing a game as well as anybody on the planet, one game. But it's about finding the way to get that game as often as you can. And so much of development that I worked on when I was playing, and now that I try to teach as a coach, is how can you prepare yourself consistently to put yourself in a frame of mind that is, I am in the best position to succeed here. Because it's such a mental position that is almost the most important thing. Do I feel right? Have I done the work to prepare? And do I feel ready to do the job the way I know I need to do it? And I think Lyon has proven that he is elite at that. He takes his preparation very seriously. He takes the game as a whole seriously. And he knows how to get the most out of himself no matter what the circumstances are. And that is huge. And I think that's right now the biggest gap between him and Luukkonen is the consistency that I see in Lyon, in his process and in his execution of that process is a big deal.
Yeah, it almost makes me think, like, again, like their routines are maybe a little better when they don't have to do it. Because you're not going to play that night.
Right.
Whereas if you're backing up, like you might.
You have to, backing up is you're preparing, the way you're supposed to do it is you're preparing for the game as if you're playing.
Right.
And a lot of guys have to either decide to do that and sacrifice some amount of preparation for future games, or understand that if I get thrown in here, I'm probably not going to be as ready to go as I would like to.
So it almost makes me think, like, this is going to be like really in the weeds playoff strategy talk. But shouldn't they just make Ellis the backup for all the playoff games? Because you can keep Luukkonen and Lyon in their routines right now that are clearly working.
Yep.
But then if something happened to one of them, Ellis is the guy that's going into a playoff game.
Right.
And are you comfortable with that? I guess I think he's been good enough this year that I would be comfortable with that.
I agree, and I think that him doing this job all year would set him up better to be effective in that spot.
Yeah, than one of the
than
others.
throwing in a guy who's not used to sitting on the bench.
Right.
Like neither of these guys for the last what's it been? Like 25 games?
Yeah, there was like one game in there where Ellis had the back or had like whatever, he couldn't play
or whatever. Yeah.
Or couldn't be the backup. But other than that, yeah, it's like 25 games.
Don't put them in a spot that they're not used to right now. They're used to either being in the net or not dressed.
Yeah.
So keep them in the net or not dressed. And the other thing, I have to look. I might be mistaken, but I believe now with the salary cap rules changing, with playoff as a cap now, it's your rostered team has to be under the cap. Ellis's number will be lower than Luukkonen or Lyons. Not that they're up against it, but it could matter. It could help. I don't know. Like if they get Greenway back, say, and they want to keep everybody in.
Oh, interesting. Like Greenway could hypothetically play the games that Lyon isn't playing.
Right.
Or excuse me, that Luukkonen isn't playing because Luukkonen makes
Luukkonen's number is bigger.
Whatever million he makes.
If he's in the playoffs, if he's not in, then that number won't count to the cap, the playoff cap.
I am good with Greenway not playing
I
for
am
the
too.
playoffs, but
I think
you make
he's
a good
probably
point.
done.
You
But
make
just
a good point
for
about the salaries.
Just mathematically, it also could help with something.
This is new to us. We
Right.
need a refresher.
I know.
Lindy pulled Miller in their last playoff game.
Yeah.
You remember that?
I do.
That's a move.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, you talk about going into battle. I'm not saying he was wrong to do it. I mean, they were dead. They were dead in that game 7 against Philly, their last playoff game. But man, it wasn't just anybody either. It was Ryan Miller.
Right.
He had won the Vezina the previous season. He was the defending Vezina champion. And it was game 7, and Lindy took him out.
Yeah.
It's kind of wild when you think back on it. I mean, the game was over, which is why I don't think at the time anyone cared.
No.
The season ended. But that's
That's
bold.
a thing. And it probably didn't. It didn't sit well with him. I bet.
Miller?
Yeah, I bet he wanted to stay in there.
Right. There's one period left in the season.
Yeah.
Let me ride it out here.
My last, my senior year with Nichols, the year I played there, we were playing in the CISA final. It was a little different because we didn't know it was our last game yet, but it was the final game against St. Andrews College. It was stacked. We were beat up. We had our top 3 defensemen were all out. Our best forward was out. It was a nightmare, and we were getting hammered by this team. It was like 6-2 after 2, and my coach came to me and went like, "Do you want to get out of here? Like, I don't need you to stay in this game. Like, this is over. You're like our only like top end guy that's left.
Yeah.
You don't have to keep suffering through." I was like, "No, I want to stay. This is the final. Like, if there's any chance of anything happening, I want to be in.
Right.
So keep me in." So I would bet Miller probably had the same mentality. 3
more road games on this trip: San Jose, LA, and Anaheim, and then it is home for 4 home games in a row. And the Tampa game is not that far off. You know, we're talking like 6-7 games before they play Tampa again.
Right.
And the further and further we get away from the craziness that we saw last Sunday, I wonder if the juice is going to still be there April 6th if they're not that close in the standings. You might predict they will. It's a 4-point gap right now between the Sabres and the Lightning. I think Tampa might play one more game than them between now and then.
Right.
But, I mean, that is the 5th to last game of the year. Paul mentioned it earlier. Like, when they clinch, probably going to see Ellis get a start or 2.
Yeah.
They might. We're going to be looking at who do you rest? Who do you want to not risk getting hurt before the playoffs? Do you want to take Samuelson out of a couple of games because you want to make sure he's 100% ready to go? Tage and Dahlin, Tuck, and the goalies, of course. Ellis is going to be in that equation. Who do you want to take out? And 5th to last game of the year, I think they are tracking to be clinched by then. At least for a playoff spot.
A playoff spot, yeah.
Not the division, I'm
Right.
sure. But a playoff spot could be clinched by the time they play Tampa.
Yeah.
And I wonder if the Sabres are thinking about, let's not go nuts in this game. Let's not do playoff intensity, what we did, because we don't need 3 guys getting banged up in this game when the playoffs start in a week and a half.
I think that would be smart, and I think there's like a 2% chance that's how it goes.
You don't think it'll go that way?
I don't think it's. I think that they're going to go to war.
Because can I do 2 things? Can I do that and also have like Stanley go after Brandon Hagel?
No. Yeah, like that's what I mean. Like I don't.
That
think
probably
you can,
can't. Both those things can't be true.
Yeah, you can't get one of those and not the other. And I stand by my take that they will dress 7 that night, and Logan Stanley will go get himself suspended.
Imagine Tampa, rest and recovery with all this in mind. They've clinched a spot, and they decide not to play Hagel in that game.
I think that's
imagine. You think that? Oh,
I think. I think
it would look.
Possible.
I don't think they would like what that would look like. It would look like you're running from the Sabres.
100%. But it's the smart thing to do. And I think Cooper and that organization's smart. And I think they probably will do.
I think Hagel would go to Cooper and be like, "You are not playing me in this game. I don't want to be viewed as I ran from them.
Yeah,
I ran from the big guy.
That's the way out of it. That's the way it doesn't happen. Is Hagel tells them like, "Get out of here.
I am playing in this game,
and I'm gonna fight somebody."
Right. Either I'm fighting one of them, or I'm fighting you, John Cooper, to let me play.
Yeah, but I think that's going to be a massacre again. I just don't see any way that those 2 teams, with the way that game went, the buzz it got nationally, I don't care. It could be the last game of the year. They could be playing playoffs the next day, and I think if nothing else, they will want to send a message to a team you're likely to face if you get through a round. They'll want to say, like, we're not going away. We're here. Let's, get ready.
It's 10 games away, by the way, not like 6 or 7. 10 games away. 803-0550. There was some college basketball news, by the way, that South Florida's head coach, Brian Hodgson, who's from Buffalo and is playing, his team is playing here this weekend. He had a really emotional clip I saw from a press conference about his dad, who has dementia, getting to see him for the first time because he's playing here locally. So that's a really cool story. He has turned down the Syracuse job. There's a report from Jeff Goodman about, and that he will likely be picking between Providence and staying in South Florida. So if you're a Syracuse fan and you thought Hodgson was your guy, it does not appear that that is going to be the case. 803-0550 is the phone number if you've got a thought on the Sabres. Extendo Sports when we come back, and we'll take your calls if you're there next here in WGR. What's left on the defense for you, Joe? Like, linebacker, do you think they're going to do something before the draft of significance? Like, Sal's been talking about the idea that maybe they just like Dorian Williams a lot for this type of defense. So I don't know. Like, what does that sound like to you? The idea that Dorian Williams could be an option for them as a down-to-down starter.
Yeah, I'm excited for that. I think this downhill nature of the defense with Dorian Williams, that's what he does, man. He's fast, physical, plays downhill. I think this would be perfect for him. That's honestly the guy I find myself less concerned with. To me, I need to know what's up with Terrell Bernard. The guy played hurt, it felt like, all last season. And, what's his recovery look like? What's the plan, right? There's no – his guys aren't with him anymore. There's no McDermott. There's no Babbage that love Terrell Bernard, right? And I think there's going to be so much transition. They got rid of Taron Johnson. I don't think Milano or Trey White or Jordan Poyer or Jordan Phillips or these type of guys are going to be back, right? So I wonder, like, what support level he has from this coaching staff. Now, the challenge is that the Bills are committed. It's year 1 of a 4-year extension. There's no getting out of this deal right now. And so can you make it work? That's where I find myself really, really interested and concerned and curious. And so I'm excited about Dorian Williams. I think he should be a starter. It's the Terrell Bernard layer to this. And then, they're probably rostering 4 off-the-ball linebackers. And, Williams, Bernard, Joe Andreessen, I think, is a really good fit for this style of defense. And so I do think you need to make a meaningful investment. But I also think there's probably more comfort than maybe we think in Dorian Williams. And then there's there's a salvaging of this Terrell Bernard situation that I hope turns into a good story. But right now it doesn't feel good coming out of the last season and the scheme shift and the injuries that Terrell Bernard just seemingly always has.
Lindy said his biggest problem with that hit, McNabb on Benson last night, was that it was late. And he also said that it was a little familiar to him, which when I saw him say that, I thought, oh, he is thinking of the Chris Neal, Chris Drury hit.
That's what I was thinking too.
It's kind of the same angle.
Yeah.
It's close to the same angle, and it's about the same time from the puck's been released, 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, bam.
Right.
And you get hit pretty high, shoulder and head kind of at the same time. So I when they were reviewing it, I'm thinking, okay, it's not going to be a major, but keep it at a minor penalty. And for them to say, no, clean hit overall, I just think there were too many, between it being a little late and some contact to the head, those two things should combine to, all right, give him a 2-minute penalty.
I agree. It was too... It feels too close to the kind of hit that they are trying to remove from the game to just to say aloud, there's no penalty on the play. Like it just doesn't look good for the league based on what they are trying to do or say they're trying to do, I should say. It's a bad look because it was late. It's as much as you might want to, defend that it wasn't too high, it wasn't that late. Like that is a vulnerable position that McNabb caught him in, and he knows it. He knows what he's doing. He knows he's getting him late, and he knows he's a smaller guy. Like, it is.
Oh yeah, he's going after him. Like he's not even his man one-on-one there. Like he's coming from the side.
That's what always to me gets me on those plays where. If you rip a shot and the guy that's covering you steps up and lays you out, all right, that you should have your head up and be aware that your guy is swinging up on you and is going to tag you.
Mm-hmm.
But when it's your weak side defender, you've already shot the puck and you're tracking your rebound, and then you get tagged from the guy coming across on the other side, that's where it gets like, what is that? Was that
all right?
Did that need to happen? Did you need to go try to do that?
It definitely didn't need to happen.
And does that sound soft? Probably, but it is dangerous, and it could have been very easy for him to catch Benson an inch higher, and Benson's out for the rest of the year. Like that. That's the kind of hit that is, and I think that's what the NHL does not really want in their game anymore.
Yep.
So I would have thought that they should have kept at least a minor penalty on that. If not, just upheld it.
Extendo Sports. I was just watching the McNabb and Benson hit again and then the aftermath. Ostlund deserves a lot of credit for being the first guy in there. Don't forget to mention Dahlin in here. Dahlin is the one that does. Dahlin gets in there and is the one that really roughs him up and throws him to the ice. And then he's putting gloves on him when he's on the ice. So Ostlund helps probably take him down, but Dahlin is like in there. He's like one of the last guys in, finds his way to get into the pile and get with McNabb so that he could throw him to the ice, and McNabb's bigger than him. So credit to Dahlin. Let's go to Glenn on the phone. What's up, Glenn?
Hey, good morning. I was talking to Joe, your screener, and he thought you might like to know I'm very thankful for you guys for playing my Buffalo Sabres anthem this morning.
Yeah, this is our Stanley Cup anthem.
Yeah, thanks to the local love. I appreciate the airplay.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you making it. How long did it take?
Well, just a real quick backstory. I wrote the song and recorded it like 15 years ago, so it's been in the can for quite a while, waiting for this moment,
Right.
And there was a local FM station back in the day that had a Sabres anthem contest, and I tossed my hat in the ring. I think I came in second. So just goes to show you hang around there long enough, and everything that's old is new again. So very happy to have this song in my repertoire and share it.
Also, awesome. Thanks, Glenn. We appreciate it.
You bet. Hey, have a good day. Thanks again, guys. Nice to meet you. Bye now.
You too. All right, we're gonna keep playing it. It's going well since two things have happened. Since we started playing the song, they've won a lot, and since Jeremy stopped saying a certain phrase about games, they've been the best team in hockey.
I can't get behind that though.
You always.
I'm just saying. What's their record since the last time he said it? Just saying.
They went on a 10-game win streak after he said it, did they not?
Right.
Yeah.
Like he said it, and they started winning.
You're pointing to the last time he said it being the superpower. I'm saying the act of stopping saying it.
I don't know.
Is the thing.
I don't know. I'm on the other side.
That's a tough sell. I think it's just eternal now. After he said it that last time, they've been winning since. That's that.
That's like saying...
I'm here to defend Jeremy when he's not here.
That's like saying that... What's a good comparison here? That's like saying that all the jumping through tables for Bills fans, if they just... We are going to decide this is somehow a curse on the Bills. We're just going to stop it right now. And then they go win the Super Bowl. It didn't... The last time you did it isn't what propelled you to the Super Bowl. It was the act of stopping it.
This is a chicken and egg situation.
Yeah, this is.
I don't know.
I don't think it is. There's he stopped doing it, and they started winning.
But he did it, and then they kept winning.
Doing it was the catalyst for the winning.
The start of the winning.
He didn't announce the last time he did it, this is for the rest of the season.
No, but
But Owen also put him in a parlay the last time. It was the double whammy.
It was the double whammy.
It was the two things that were the jinxes reversed it.
Right, and then they started winning. We reversed the whole thing. It's all, come on.
Don't agree. At all. But can we at least agree that he can't say it again? I don't think he's tried to. He's not trying to.
No, I think that's
You can't
fair.
say it
I don't
again.
think you can go back.
Because it is one of the two.
Right.
It's either the last one is the superpower or the stopping of it
is the superpower.
What if it's a game to win a playoff series, though?
No.
I mean, that is by definition.
You know what? By my original problem with it was that.
Right.
Is what happens tomorrow if they don't. And if it's a game 7, then yes. That should be allowed.
It's
because
hilarious
it is.
that we're in the position we are now, and we were making fun of it because it was like, well, they're not going to get to anything that matters, so this is it. They got to win this.
A random
and
Tuesday night's a must-win.
They're in first place in the East. It was happening. Awesome.
We're going to have to figure out what jerseys they're going to wear soon, too.
Yeah.
Details should be coming soon. Tickets and Party in the Plaza stuff, and maybe they'll wait on all that until they officially clinch, but we're not that far away.
No.
I have to. When can they officially clinch? I remember the earliest possible was like the last week of March.
Right.
And I feel like everything that's happened needed to happen. So
Yeah.
maybe it's like the first week of April or something. I'll figure that out. Stay tuned. Extra Point Show on the way next. Sal is at the arena. So basketball practice going on in the background. So that should be fun. And, yeah, stay tuned for hockey, football. We'll be back tomorrow. Jeremy will be back. And we'll talk to you tomorrow at 6 o'clock here on Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.